Okay, so today what I figured I'd do is I'd go over some sort of some writing techniques or tips and tricks, because I have written many short stories and published certain things. So again, not anything like super notable or famous, but whatever, just little minor things. Obviously, writing movie reviews. So I'll go over some little techniques and ideas and thoughts about it. But as I almost thought this would be fun to do, like I can do like a little short story. But I think the reservation I have about doing that is like, when you do that, you want to take it like super seriously. So it's like you want to get super immersed and, it's not just some random story that I'll do every time, some different thing. It's actually something you want to commit to, and, that's how good writers work, is that it seems like, that's a cute little silly idea, or, that sounds like a fun thing, right? Like a premise picture type of thing. Like, wouldn't it be cool if you made a movie about this? But then rather than doing that, you have to commit to it and really commit to one idea. And I have like some expression with that. The hardest part of creative work isn't coming up with an idea. It's sort of trimming out all the other ideas and being left with only one, or only the best one. So you'll have 100 good ideas, and it'll be hard to kind of commit to just one, and it feels almost like a bad thing because you're sort of, trimming it down so much. And my big reservation is that I always feel like it usurps the point that you're trying to make, because you lose it on all the fictional elements, like, the fantastical, it's elves and it's dragons, and so whatever meaning is there, which no doubt there is going to be some, it ends up getting lost in all that, and we focus more on that as just sort of base escapism. So I'm not denying that there's some value beneath it, but I don't think it's really life-altering or that big of a deal. It's just going to be, that was cool, and then you move on, right, even if it had some profound elements. So I think people misplace their emotions and their value, like, Star Wars was so emotional when Darth Vader throws the Emperor down the shaft. And, like, it's a good scene, and it's built up very well, kind of, over the trilogy, even though the first movie, he wasn't written like anything other than a, one-off sort of villain, right? It doesn't show acknowledgement for any other, purpose for Vader, but whatever. The point is that, it's still like, what does it really matter, right? Okay, it's the bond between a father and a son. Like, I'm not trying to be desensitized or like diminish it, but I feel like all the other fantastical elements, the lightsabers, the lasers, people will say that, I like Star Wars for the characters. Also, you're trying to tell me there's not countless other great movies and stories with great characters? The reason why you like it and why it did so well is because of the lasers and the, special effects and the space and combat and everything like that, right? The characters come second. All of that stuff comes second. Some of that can be good, but again, don't try to kid yourself that the main appeal is not the effects and all of that. So, as even Lucas would admit, that's what the great achievement of it was. That was the whole purpose behind it. That at that time, 1977, you're trying to obviously indulge in the special effects venture and sort of go over the top with that. So it was a revolutionary achievement there. But don't pretend like it's something else. I watched Star Wars for the characters. Like, again, you're not going to say that because, again, do you watch Ingmar Bergman movies for the characters? Do you watch, whatever, some black and white, classic movies for the characters? Obviously not, right? Or they're not as popular. So, again, to combine the two, sure, that's a good achievement, but clearly one is taking precedent over the other. What was I going to say, though? This is like the first episode of a next set thing, which means when I go to upload it, this is kind of or is it? Yeah, I think I uploaded on an unusual day. I uploaded like yesterday when I normally do it on like Monday or something. So this is the first episode of the next segment. So see, because when I title them, I go through so many random things that I'm talking about, but when I title them, I pick out like certain key things. So you might start the video and be like, why is it called this? Like the last one was, Film Critic reacts to Skibidi Toilet for the first time and talks politics. So what better way to show that than the thumbnail being Skibidi Biden, right, which combines politics and Skibidi Toilet. But it's the simple fact that, again, the video starts and I'm probably talking about anime and, Yona and Dragon Ball and stuff, so it's just different with respect to, it'll be about a lot of other things that just happens to be like the main feature. So I don't think that's really clickbait. It's just you kind of have to search through, and I should probably put a timestamp, but I neither put a timestamp in the video nor in the comments. And we might think, oh, I'll wait till I get more views before I do that, but you won't get views unless you do, you got to kind of think of it backwards. But I'm just kind of doing it for the fuck of it. I don't really care right now. This whole format was meant to be sort of ironic, but a lot of my old takes are pretty well preserved by doing this. Even if you can barely hear them because the audio is not the best, or even if it's all mixed in here, it's still better because that's what you sort of realize. I always try to do it like perfectly. Oh, it's got to be just right, and record it, make a whole thumbnail, make a whole subject about it. It's impossible to do it. Like, I'll never do it. I'll never have the time, so this is the best you're going to get, right? That's kind of what it is. It's almost like a midlife crisis giving up sort of thing. But no, getting back to the fiction thing, right, what you would do is you could basically, you would do it in such a way that, again, you sometimes lose the purpose of what you're trying to say in that, and I find that a little bit distasteful. And why not just be direct and just say what you're saying? There's two reasons why you wouldn't, because if you're too direct, you'll get censored by the government or something, like we see what's happening in the UK. You can't even post memes on Twitter or something. But that's number one. You can get censored or get pushback in real life. But number two is, it won't have the wide appeal because people take it as reality, so they, you'd rather experience escapism than something serious. And then you become like, oh, you're like a lifestyle guru, or you're telling people what to do and what to think. But that's just more basic, like you're a philosopher. People make fun, like, oh, Socrates or something. How can you make a living like that? Also, there's so many people in the modern day who do that. It's just in different ways. You might be a life coach, you might be in other areas, like some sort of author, things like that. So one thing that I was notably good at, that even an editor told me, was that coming up with names that sound sort of believable. Because here's the gimmickry with name-saking in fiction, right? You come up with names of places or people, and obviously characters in the universe, right? So a lot of characters' names are gimmicks or puns. So you see this a lot in gaming, but you see it really just in fiction overall. A character's name will be like very indicative of what they are. So it'll be like Dark something, like Dark Claw will be their name to indicate that they can transform into a bird or something, or just that they're evil, right? And so you'll have all these elements where it's kind of too on the nose, or it'll be like some stupid pun or joke, right? Where, again, it's just too on the nose, where what are the chances they're named that? Like Usain Bolt, what are the chances? But I think that is actually his name. But generally speaking, you're not going to see that where, that's a bit of a mistake that people make. You might say, oh, it doesn't matter, it's just fiction, but sometimes, like even that Luke Skywalker, but I guess that's not so strange, because in that universe, you might use Skywalker as a name, but you would have to choose your own surname, like how convenient is it that a character is named exactly the thing that they do, or that they're sort of, he doesn't walk over the sky, he flies over it in a ship. Or he was meant to be Star Killer, which makes him sound a little bit like the bad guy or something. And then they turn Star Killer into a totally different character. But no, my point is that you have a case where you're basically able to name shaking. So again, coming up with realistic sounding names, even if in the fictional universe, that you kind of commit to, and just have a certain value. And, one mistake that people make in assessing fiction with the whole suspension of disbelief is they'll say, oh, that doesn't seem sort of realistic or something, but it's like realistic within the universe. So a good example is like Phoenix Wright. They'll say, oh, this is so unrealistic as far as it pertains to the law. Like, this would never happen. But they're not claiming to be portraying a real-world law system. They're portraying a fictional law system that they even talk about, like, it's the year 2030 or whatever. Or maybe it was only the year whatever, something more older than that, because when the games came out, it was obviously early 2000s or whatever. But my point is that they're not claiming that this is the real world law and this is how it would work. They're saying this is a fictional system where we're trying to rush trial through the system in 3 days and stuff. And it's sort of based on Japan's very unfavorable defendant turnout, like where you have 99% of people brought to trial in Japan are found guilty. Not because the system is so unfair, but because they'll only break trials in that they think are really serious or easy to prove. And so a lot of people are getting away with minor petty crimes just because they don't care. So it sort of misrepresents how it actually works, but that's kind of what it was based on. But no, when it's a fictional system, it's hard. You try to criticize a fictional thing in realistic terms. Like even James Bond, that moment where he's like, it's Smith & Wesson, and you've had your 6. It's not me trying to show for the story, but it's like they'll say, oh, that's not a Smith & Wesson, that's something else. But how do you know in that universe of James Bond, where there's all kind of spy gadgets and stuff, how do you know it's not a Smith & Wesson, maybe? Right, it could just be some fictional version of a gun, but obviously it's interesting the extent to which people go to sort of try to be realistic, like, oh, you'll do so much research, but at a certain point, who really cares, right? But that might have just been a mistake, but all I'm saying is, how do you know it really follows everything realistically in the rest of the time? Yeah, what are some good, techniques that I would point to? You gotta almost role play as a character, put yourself in that mindset, being objective the way that I tend to be in a lot of areas, can tend to help with that, because what you'll do as an author is do this sort of thing that people often don't do in regular life, right? You'll be like, okay, let's have characters on opposite sides of this argument, and instead of being like, oh, this is my side and I'm just going to insist upon it, you have convincing arguments made on both sides, like the scene from Judge Dredd. Why did you judge me? You killed innocent people, a means to an end. You started a massacre. I caused a revolution. You betrayed the law. And then that's the best argument of all, so that really shuts Sylvester up. But the point is that you're putting yourself in a position where, I hate when it's raining because then I have to project my voice even more. It's even, it's already not the best mic quality, but now we deal with this shit. But no, my point is that you're trying to look at it from both perspectives and have a convincing, well-written character in both. It's one of those things like, oh, if you think like that in normal life, oh, you're crazy because you're like split personality, or, every writer is a split personality because how else would you write the character? People don't realize what that means, like the human variable. Anybody can think or say or, choose to act any way that they want whenever they want, right? You're not limited to what this preconceived notion of your personality or whatever is. That's just your choice, right? Just because you're defined that way, you can just suddenly do whatever you want. But what you have is a simple ability to do again, convincingly portraying conflicting perspectives, whether you have one or you don't have either, right? You're still, and yeah, that's what I don't get too. You'll write like a certain subject, and then people will define you by like, oh, this person's, whatever genre, they might be good at it or something, but it doesn't mean that, that's all they can do. They can turn around and do something vastly different, but that doesn't mean that they're, pigeonholed into one thing. Again, the same thing is true with views, like, oh, you have this political view, so we'll try to label you or put you in a box or put you in a particular label, but it's too broad. Like, oh, you might be, I might be pro-life, but I'm also against universal health care or something, or I'm whatever. You have two views that are seen as on opposite sides of the political spectrum, but so what? You know what I mean? That doesn't mean you have to be exactly what people want you to be, or, it's just a way for people to oversimplify something because they're sort of unwilling to be puzzled about stuff. One thing I'll say is I'm definitely not used to talking this fast in anything that I've done before, but it's okay. See, I would be like more meditative and like I would talk slower or less, but I would kind of maybe put more thought into it. So, talking faster isn't necessarily a sign of intelligence or anything. In a way, a lot of it's just filler words that aren't really of substance. Just look at Harris, fucking word salad queen. So maybe I'll watch something here, but no, there's just certain writing things that I wanted to look at, like, or if I wanted to kind of do my own little short story. Or one thing that's kind of fun to do is if you, you make like a little fan fiction. So some of my notable ones that I tried to at least talk about doing was like Think Like Jane, the mentalist, trying to fix the ending. So the premise of that is so cool, right, where what happens in the church that everybody's so unsatisfied. Spoilers for the mentalist, I guess, if you haven't seen it, but he goes to the church to meet Red John, and then Red John's about to kill him, and then he just doesn't, and then he somehow loses. Instead, Red John would actually just kill him, and Jane's just beaten, and that's deserved because Red John is just a goat, right? But something would happen, like Jane still had the pigeon in his pocket that Red John doesn't find even as he's arranging the bodies, and so now that gives a clue to Lisbon, who was at the church when she observed McAllister's phobia of the pigeon, right? She was there when he's like, oh, didn't see that coming. So now when she sees that in Jane's pocket, it's like his one final clue that even Red John didn't notice. So now he sacrificed his life just to get that one up. So now Lisbon knows that McAllister's still alive and that it was him. Right, because now she starts to think like Jane, like, why would he have that? It's not how she normally thinks, but now she thinks, oh yeah, I remember that. So you'll have a flashback. And so it turns into the story now where the team gets back together, even if they're fired from law enforcement. Lisbon, Cho, obviously Grace, and Rigsby. And so now they are working out of Lisbon's home or something, and she starts to become really bitchy and passive-aggressive because she's mad about Jane dying, and obviously she loved Jane, so she would keep snapping, especially at Grace, because she kind of blames her for being with Craig O'Loughlin and being so naive and stupid and just the youngest member of the group and all this. But that would be kind of a recurring theme. And then also, again, just the whole premise is that together, all four of them, with Jane's final last gasp, after Red John actually wins and just kills him, they'll be able to somehow track him down, and somehow finally catch him. And so it'd be great for like a movie version of The Mentalist, where it's like an alternate ending that gives the ending we deserve. So you might think, oh, how can those four collectively catch a guy who's eluded everybody? But again, you're doing it off of Jane's back. That was just like, again, not that Jane expected that to happen. He was trying to do what we saw happen in the show, but Red John's just too good to let that happen. He just shoots him and it's over. And then, so Jane has to die just to get that clue across that, Red John doesn't expect or think he has the pigeon or isn't able to find it somehow, right? Because he just arranges the bodies real quick and that's it. And so that's the one clue that, or even more subtle, maybe he finds the pigeon but not the breadcrumbs, and then they use the breadcrumbs to deduce that, oh, he must have had a bird, or he'll have like a couple feathers in his pocket, even if Red John takes the bird. So the feather would tell you, okay, You know what I mean? Like, it'll be some subtle clue, and then that'll be like, oh, now Lisbon connects it, and then they start thinking like Jane, and then Lisbon's in the church realizing this, and then she's about to tell somebody, but then she realizes, I'm not in law enforcement anymore, and so that's the one advantage we have. Red John has a lot of informants in law enforcement, and, you know, so it's better if we don't tell them. That's why we've always been a step behind. Now we'll work outside of it in our own garage or house or whatever. And so they do this like underground squad, and they're struggling to pay the bills because they're fired from their job, and they're all working together to avenge Jane and try to catch Red John. And Red John's whatever on the run and hiding. He has some other incentive that he's trying to clear certain things up, consolidate his power, and so within the Blake Association. And so you wouldn't see necessarily a lot of him, but yeah, it would be very focused on that. And again, that's an amazing premise to show, like, this is what it would take to beat a character like Red John. Jane has to die. You get like a little bootleg clue from that, some breadcrumbs of a clue, I guess you could even say, and then you work very hard. It's not like they just catch him right away. It would be a very hard, exhaustive process, insane. And even the way I had written that it would end, I guess I'm giving away my own story, would be that everybody would die too. He would kill like all 4 of them, and then they would somehow kill him. I forget exactly how I wrote that scenario, but everybody's dead, and he dies along with them because they do it outside of the law. And then Lisbon, with her last bit of strength or something, turns that smile upside down. Like, he would have put the smiley face on the wall, right, as he comes to kill them or whatever, and had it prepared, like, oh, that's my victory. You know, he always does that after. But then they get the last laugh, or they both die, both Red John and the whole team. And so then you turn that, then she, she's on the ground bleeding out, and she turns the smile into a frown. Right, with her bloody finger, she makes it a frown, and that's the image on which it ends. But the point is, that's the right way to take out a villain like Red John. That's what it took. He'd fucking kill everybody. He'd kill Jane, he'd kill Lisbon, everybody, Grace, Rigsby, Cho, and they all feel like it's worth it because we took out the guy. Right, so now you can't complain because, like, look at what it took to take him out, just barely, and it would still be very difficult. And almost one of the advantages that they would have is he wouldn't even know or believe that they're trying to catch him. Right, like, he would let his guard down a little bit because Jane's gone. But that's the whole overall message of it, too. You might think, oh, how can these 4 random, agents who, again, they're good agents, but they're average, whatever, like, they're not, world class, how could they suddenly catch Red John when nobody else was able to ever? And the reason why is because that's what they realized in this moment, is that even though Jane's gone, he left a little part of him with each of them. Through their time working together, they picked up little bits and idiosyncrasies from him and techniques, and so they realized that collectively they can channel that, and so he made them all better at what they do, and again, they all think like Jane, as the name would suggest. So collectively working together with all the gifts and techniques and skills that he gave them and helped them learn over the years, now they're each capable in their own right. Right, so that's what you realize. He made them all better. And so now they're all a threat collectively. Right, so that's the influence he left behind. That's a beautiful way to show that they were ordinary agents or whatever, but now they've become something more because of all that time working with him, right? They picked up a lot of his techniques and his way of thinking, even if they didn't fully realize it or always do that. So he made them all so much better that now they're all very capable in their own right. So collectively, that's a real threat, right? This dream team of 4, and then they keep calling in for help from other people behind the scenes, from other old characters who would be willing to help them because they owe a favor, this or that, whenever they need something. But yeah, they're doing it totally out of the law, where they're not hired, they're doing it behind the law's back even. And so Oscar would be actually posed as a major figure because he's the last one we see with Red John. And so he would survive that encounter, and he would be like the second, Red John's obviously the final villain, but he would be like the second, he would be a very big deal, right? Because he's the only other one we know of that we can identify with, like, So he would be like second in command stature, and somehow, they would get to him and that would lead them to Red John or something like that. And also they'd be willing to engage in more extreme techniques, like Lisbon tortures Oscar or something like that. Or, they're willing to, Red John is so confident and cocky, like, oh, nobody is just going to kill me here, so I'd be able to escape. But then they are willing to just kill him. So even though they end up getting killed too, it's sort of that shock factor that they're willing to do whatever. And so the way that it works is Lisbon this is like my Avatar, The Way of Water ending. See, this is like my absolutist writing style that deserves to be portrayed. She wouldn't just kill him, like shoot him once. She would like shoot him like 5 times, and Grace would look, the camera would be like off screen looking at Grace as she's doing it, like kind of disgusted and flinching and cringing back. And just like she would unload a whole clip into him, like just absolutely brutally destroying him and overkilling him in a way that's sort of uncharacteristic, but again, to avenge Jane, and her whole feelings for him would come out in that way. And then, I had another theory like about the season 3 ending where, or that could just be the end of the show. A lot of people prefer that better. But even if it wasn't, the whole show could have ended on a twist, like everything that happened after season 3 was just in Jane's mind, and he's sitting in a cell happy for having killed Timothy Carter, and everything that happened after is just in his own mind that he's imagining it, because he's so obsessed with Red John that he doesn't, he actually doesn't even believe it. He's trying to fantasize himself that, oh, he's still alive and we're going out to catch him and whatever. He starts to become delusional. So we just zoom in on his face sort of smiling in jail from what he did in season 3, and it's like, oh, everything after season 3 was just all in his head because of how dumb it was. It would almost, be a good way to dismiss it. Or then the other point is also that if season 3 had ended, I thought of like this montage to show at the end. Jane kills Timothy Carter, who is Red John, let's say hypothetically, and then he's willing to go to jail, so he'll be in jail. So it'll be a montage that shows all the characters. It'll show that Lisbon quit her job, right? Her uniform's hung up and everything like that. You'll just see a montage of all these things, and you'll see her drinking like her father did, and she's like giving into the bottle, and she's so mad and feels betrayed by Jane that he did that, because that was one of the themes of the show, that like revenge is for fools and madmen, he says earlier, and she's sort of chiding him. The first season really talks about that a lot. When we find Red John, he's mine. When we find Red John, we'll arrest him. And they completely forget about that, to the point where he does it twice, where he just kills them. But that was meant to be a theme that, she was pushing back and wanting to do it the right way, and they kind of gave up on that just because they wanted to milk the shit out of the show. So that was the whole poignancy of the season 3, is that Jane's in jail smiling because he's happy with what he did. Lisbon's totally broken because she feels betrayed, and so she's drinking liquor like her dad and, hung up her uniform and quit. And then, Grace, Cho, and Rigsby all have like certain things you could show too, where I forget if they showed something like Cho's addiction to something. I don't know if that was within season 3 or if that comes later. You would basically, I can't remember. There were certain other parts of the montage I wanted to show, but I was just mainly showing that, like how everything's fallen apart, and he took his revenge and it was worth it to him. Lisbon got shot too. Grace is all fed up because she had to shoot Craig, and she was obviously engaged with him. And what could you show like Rigsby and Cho doing? I don't know, but mainly Lisbon being so torn about it would be a great sort of conclusion. It would be sort of a sad ending, but it's also, the complex ending that you want, where he does take his revenge, and he just does it in a public place, cold blood. And so it doesn't matter even if you prove he's Red John, jury nullification kind of shit that they do. The reality is that you have the reality is that you have whatever, like it's a good alternate ending, and that's kind of what they had written it to be. So no, that's one good way to do it, sort of like as fan fiction. Or again, all you'd have to do is, you can take any of these, like, look how in-depth that was as an explanation. You could take something like that and just write it as your own story, right? Just change the names, and it wouldn't be super obvious that that's what you're doing. You might say, oh, that's copying something, but that's all the fiction is. Sometimes they're taking certain things and reframing them, and the Mentalist itself copied Psych or Monk, apparently. So that's one good example. I can't remember off the top of my head what some of the other ones are, but usually it's like a bad ending that I'd rather see you rewrite. You could rewrite the ending of Death Note, spoilers for Death Note, where it's just sort of reversed, where the meeting goes on with Nier, so Mello doesn't die, so the meeting goes on with Nier in episode 36, 37, and it goes as planned, and Mikami kills everybody, and Light's laughing, and it's over, and then somehow Mello is like snooping around, even against Nier's wishes, or Nier told him, in confidence, and so the Light wasn't expecting that, so the ultimate X factor in Mello is there, and then, Light's like, whatever, trying to talk around it, but the reality is that he would just shoot both of them and just kill them, and realize, kind of in despair. This might have been one that was actually talked about as a potential hypothetical ending, but Light would try to talk his way out of it, and when he sees Nier's dead body, even as much as he hates Nier, he would sort of snap and realize, you can't beat this guy conventionally. The only way to beat him is just to kill him. So Mello just shoots both of them straight up, and that's it. Like, there's nothing, you wouldn't be able to prove it, you wouldn't be able to do it the way that L wanted to do it, and so you just win that way. Or you don't really even win, you just kind of, you just shoot Light, and that's the one thing. Like, Light never comes in contact with Mello because he might do something like that, so he's very careful to avoid him. So you see Nier and the whole team, both teams dead, and then Mello comes in. It's like the Mark Wahlberg type of moment in Dignam in The Departed, where at the end he comes, like, everybody else is dead, his friend from school is dead, everybody, all the other moles, all the other insiders, Costello, everybody's dead, and Sergeant Sullivan seems like he's gonna get away with it, and then he comes in his apartment, and then Mark Wahlberg shoots him. It was the same thing, like, Light's laughing, he's killed both his team and the other team, and Nier, and everything went exactly as planned. So Mello realizes, like, oh shit, there's no way to beat this guy, and I just have to do it like this. And you go ahead, you shoot them, and Light sort of tries to talk his way out of it, but it just doesn't happen. And so now, Mello is the ultimate X factor, comes in and kills them like that. And so the point is, it would be similar to the ending anyway, that one of the two dies. Mello dies, and then Nier wins. In this case, Nier would die, and then Mello would sort of win. But see, Mello is more of a criminal for degenerate's sake than Light. Light is still doing it for a good cause. Mello, at best, is doing it to try to catch Kira, but that doesn't even make sense, because a lot of what he does doesn't even have anything to do with that. It's just to build up his crime infrastructure, I guess, but that it doesn't really, it's not a very sympathetic character. And he doesn't get enough screen time in the fucking anime. You barely even see him. There's like a stretch from when his whole base blows up to basically when he dies. You don't see him at all. He just completely vanishes from the show. You see him for like one scene here or there. They really needed a little more treatment for him. So maybe I'll start watching something again. I almost wanted to do something like, well, we're still subscribed to Crunchyroll, so it might be difficult to do anything at all. Like, I don't like to double subscribe to things. I just wasn't expecting to not really want to watch anything. I keep saying I'll watch my YouTube stuff, and then I don't feel like it. I've talked about politics a lot, actually, but just certain things have triggered me, like with, Harris and how everybody's jumped the bandwagon, and it's so inauthentic, basically. Right, like Joe Biden wasn't popular, but he somehow won. Harris isn't popular, but somehow she's going to win. But that's how you know it's sort of a controlled, curated outcome by corporate-owned media forces, etc. Right, by the corporate power structure. That I'm surprised people are so blind to that. Like, again, it's not about Trump, and I know that's what people would bring up. It's like, make up your own mind and come to your own decision. And how do I know you're not doing that? Because Harris wasn't popular. She got 1% of the vote from her own party, so nobody liked her. Now she's the next best thing. Nobody liked Biden. He had run twice before, and he wasn't even the nominee, so nobody really liked him either in his own party. But that doesn't suddenly change, so that's what you can't really talk around. Why not get somebody in there who's actually a good candidate, who, again, people have genuine support and passion for, instead of, even Trump, I can't say his passion isn't genuine, because how else do you explain it? You can't explain it by Fox News alone. Well, every other network is against him, every major network, and so how do you explain it? And even if people say, oh, it's uneducated people, bad people, racist people, that still makes the same point, is that they're just supporting him because they like him or they like his policy. So you can't prevent people from doing that. What you can do is try to have a better candidate yourself. Right, so you lower the standard by saying, oh, well, at least he's better than the other guy, which itself is subjective, but you shouldn't be thinking about that or obsessing about it or relying on that so much. But that's sort of what it indicates to a lot of people, which explains Trump's popularity so easily, is that, when you look at Mitt Romney and Barack Obama, they look like two sides of the same coin. They're just these same corporate stooges who are just going to do the same old, nothing's really going to change, right? Always Trump gave the impression of that and almost seems to have delivered, because why would so many people be so mad at him? George Bush was a terrible president. He's a war criminal, but you didn't see still the same level of hysteria for him or even now, like people aren't calling for that, as you did when you have Trump in there. So that's what I have to question, is that they're not doing it for the right reason. They have their own incentive. And the reason why they don't like him is because it goes against their interests, even if that doesn't mean he's on your side or looking out for your interests either. But it could be that he's looking out for his interests at the expense of their interests. That's why they don't like him. Not because he's not out for your interests, which, again, none of these people might be. Well, that's what you have to look through. Again, he has genuine public support, but the media, corporate-owned media, can't allow that. So why is that? Why do they care? Why is it so important to them? They should be objective. It shouldn't matter to them. They should just report fairly, objectively, accurately, and if they did that, then it would not lead to unnatural outcomes like 81 million votes, which is, again, more than Obama. The population hasn't changed that much. Right, so what you'll have now is maybe a lot of these illegal immigrants who came in are going to be pressured to vote for Democrats. That could be a big part of the thing. That's what people were suspecting all along, and you say, oh, it's a conspiracy theory, but even if it is, then how do you explain the border failure, right? Like, there's so many fallacies, it's just too, I don't know, it's like this mindlessness that people do or not do something no matter what. Like, oh, we'll just be a Democrat no matter what. But no, I don't like the insincerity of it, and it does show that makings of a one-party state, that you can manufacture consent for, and all of a sudden Biden is good now, all of a sudden Harris is good now. It's like you don't really have passion for these candidates, and you couldn't show that you do, because nobody ever liked them before. the whole reason why Biden arguably won was because he was supposedly seeming like a moderate. But that's just more that he doesn't have any ideas of his own. So, like, oh, he's like this harmless old man sort of vibe. And so Harris was unpopular, again, even with her own party, because she was seen as a little radical and too much in one direction. So, or kind of just insincere too. So again, I don't like that insincerity. Again, I would say go for an independent if your only criteria is that, oh, Trump. And that's what I love. This is a false duality that you cannot even have enough brain cells to comprehend, I guess. If your only criteria is that Trump is bad and anybody's better than Trump, then why doesn't it lead to 81 million people or some such number voting for an independent, right? That would still be the same conclusion. You're not getting Trump, so what's wrong with that? Why does it have to be the other major political party? Maybe because you feel you can't win, but that just shows you people aren't thinking like you could easily do that. Right, you could easily, people would have to collectively decide, but make that a bigger point. But of course, the media is not shoving it down your throat, so you won't do it. But that's where I'm thoroughly unconvinced, and I don't have any respect for it. And I especially have resentment for the one-party state that is brewing, because all you would have to do to see it is that you would have the ability to see that, again, when the media collectively takes a side, and again, people are so willing to see a problem on one side but not the other, with respect to, you know, oh, Fox News is biased. Like you'll comment something like this and people will respond probably, oh, the media is biased. Oh, you mean like Fox News? Yes, I mean exactly like Fox News. But imagine if there were 5 Fox Newses all working together on the same side. Right now you're in trouble, instead of, you know, having one of them as the outlier. So again, that doesn't mean you want it to switch the other way. You mean you want it to be just even and a little more objective, or again, people can just take it with a grain of salt. But I'm surprised you don't see the incentive there. Like, you know, corporate-owned media is totally unbiased and objective, and they're just looking out for your own good. And they're not owned by people just like big bad Donald Trump, where they're billionaires and they have incentives and they have, you know, if only you paid as much attention to them as you do to him, you might have some reservations about it. Jeff Zucker and, you know, all these other people, social media even, or again, people are willing to see it that way. Elon Musk is biased. Oh my God. Like he has opinions. Like, oh my goodness. Nobody ever has those. That's just wow. So the point is that you'll see it now, which again is not untrue. There's no question it's not 100% objective or unbiased. No question it might lean a little to the right, or however you want to describe it. Although Elon at least has a little credibility there, because part of what he's done is, you know, very, very much favored on the other side, like environmentally conscious, you know, vehicles and this and that. So that part's a little hard to explain away, because you can't just say, oh, he's hard right, because one of the major things he's done in life is something that would be considered left, even if these labels aren't entirely, you know, fully convincing. The point is, he at least has some nuance to him, but the point is that it's very difficult to determine for people the other way. So you'll see that Fox is biased, but not every other network. You'll see that Twitter is biased now under Elon, but you won't see that it was biased before under Jack Dorsey. So it's just biased in a different way. It was biased to the left, the Democrat, whatever you want to say, before with Jack Dorsey. Now it's biased to the right. Same thing with Fox. Fox is biased to the right, Republican, versus every other network, major network, CNN, NBC, ABC, Washington Post, etc., Facebook. is all geared towards the left Democrats. So that's the problem, because you can't identify it both ways, and it's like this hive mind that creates a collective interest. Like, well, if 4 of them are doing it, that just means that's normal and they're right. And then when one does it by themselves, you when one does it, you do it in such a way that, you know, you see them as the exception. So, they're taking a stand. But realistically, again, so all it would take is all of them to collectively say the same thing, and people even say, and then you'll believe it or take it as truth, even though it's still an opinion. But basically what people will say is, it's controlled opposition, like Republicans are controlled opposition, and so is Fox News. But the problem is that even if they are, you would do that, like, bring balance to the force, basically. Democrats have had 3 of the last 4 presidencies, so, you're letting this one party dominate too much. I'm not saying you vote the other way just for the sake of it, but if you're too dumb to vote for an independent, then you might be left with no other option, because you don't want to see that. Now, you would have had 4 of the last 5 presidencies all be Democrat, and that is unbelievable, because, again, you'll say, there's all these problems in the country, but you'll still blame Trump. You won't blame the 2 terms of Obama before. You won't blame Biden and now Harris if they win, or after, since he already won. So it's not their fault, even though 16 out of 20 years they've been in power. Like, I love that. When they're in power, you blame them. Like, Trump's to blame for everything from 2016 to 2020. Okay, fair enough. But then, who do you blame from 2020 to 24? It's still Trump's fault, somehow. Right? He's not even in government. Then Harris is saying, Donald Trump stopped that bill. He's not even in the fucking government right now. Sure, he has tremendous influence, but it's kind of a case where you can't realize that that's how easy it is to take sides. So even without lying, it's sort of how much you emphasize something, especially in a subjective space like politics. What you have is you say something on one side and they'll never let you hear. Yeah, a great example is that couch thing, right? Tim Walz says something about the couch. Now, that's debunked misinformation, even by the person who originally posted it. It's a joke, like a Photoshop page from the book, right? So now it sounds like, I'm defending somebody, but I'm really just holding the same standard that people do on the other side, that, like, and that's what they'll say, you must be on the other side, but I'm really not. Like, let's say I'm objective and I don't like either of these sides, but I'm at least trying to be consistent with the standard. Like, if Trump says something or whatever, Republicans, it's misinformation. But when you say misinformation as a Democrat, what do you get? You get cheers. If you can get off the couch, right? You're both sort of doing 2 things that you would say are bad for Republicans or Trump to do. Sort of like trash talking in a petty, juvenile, stupid way. And also, again, using misinformation. But no, it gets celebrated there. It's okay, and it's, not fact-checked. But whenever anybody on the other side does something, it is. So that shows you the selective criteria right there. It's not that you're wrong when you do it on the other side, although maybe sometimes you are, but it's that it'll all be selective. You see this a lot, like, it'll be, Trump will be fact-checked and it'll be like, false, false, false. But when Biden was fact-checked during his presidency, it would be, needs context. In other words, you're giving him the benefit of context, but with Trump, no, there's no context, he's just wrong. Like, who are you to decide that anyway? I love how arrogant, the media can be, but you don't realize that the real fact checkers are, I had some expression like that. The real fact checkers are the audience, so we get to decide. You report, we decide. But the point is that, it's not up to you to usurp common sense and say, well, we're going to fact check other people or something. How about you fact check yourself and you be as objective and accurate as possible? And if you do that, then people will be more likely to believe you and won't be so dissuaded by misinformation. So instead you say, oh, we're going to blame everybody else for misinformation, but why not blame yourself? If you were being fully accurate, there would be no need, or there would be no problem, or people wouldn't be skeptical and doubt you and, not take you at face value. So you've lost faith because you're so biased yourself. And even that term is sort of Orwellian in the sense that misinformation, people can decide that for themselves. So it's a simple concept of social Darwinism, unless somebody makes a threat or something direct, very, very clear and very direct, you can't really extrapolate. You see this happening in the UK, where there's a lot of extrapolation. Sure, you'll say, oh, even in the US, if you threaten Trump or a Biden or something on Twitter, they might show up at your house and something like that happen. But if it's a direct threat, then I can kind of understand. Even then, I'm sort of against it. But you can investigate it and pursue some action. But the point is that you're not allowing yourself to, misinformation or something like that. It's very selective, and it's very selective, and it's very subjective too. Either something is true or it isn't. There's no oh, well, it's partly true, because then it's just subjective, how they're framing it or something like that. So it is a very strange term that I can't remember exactly what I would say about it, but again, you don't need the media saying all these things, because they're the ones who, again, you're supposed to just report things accurately. You don't get to take a monopoly over information and knowledge and truth and say, well, we know what is right, we know everything, and we get to check other people and see whether they're right too. Right? You're sort of usurping that. How would you even know? Right? You're breaking your story. You don't know everything that they know. So how do you know that for a fact? Maybe you haven't done the research that they did, or they heard from somebody different, or they're reporting a different story. You just have a monopoly over all information and all truth. I had some sort of better expression for it that I can't remember now. I was thinking of doing that as sort of a joke series too. I'd have to do it with video, go on Twitter and it would have been more fun to do, I guess, before Elon Musk bought it, because it would have been more biased the other way. But yeah, it's interesting how just by pushing back on a particular side, you're seen as being the other side, which, again, you might say that's true, oh, you're not really a Democrat, but you're just voting against Trump. But then if you're voting for a Democrat, that doesn't, absolve you. So vote for an independent there then. But my point is, by simply pushing back on all these fallacies, it doesn't mean that I am on a side. It just means I don't like how one side is getting the benefit of it so much. At least if the other side is doing it, they get called out for it. Right? So if Trump does something, it gets fact checked. But if the other side does it, it doesn't, or it's just very, very selective all the time. And so what you have is a situation that I can just read through and react to Twitter things, but it's hard to do all this shit while driving. The best thing that you can do is watch stuff, but then I don't feel really motivated to do it. I guess I should almost just, relent and just do some of the big name series, but this is not exactly the way I wanted to do it. I don't want to do it with video even, with showing the thing. I don't want to do it with, mainly I just want a better mic, I guess, to do it, but I don't really care. I could do it like this, it's fine. And then when I go to edit it, I could always add the video in it, even if I wanted it, but I really don't. Just in principle, I don't like that. But you got to show face cam, and you got to show So I guess you could still do that even while driving, like get my reactions while driving, but do it like face cam or do it like, what's the other thing? Oh yeah, do face cam and do the video itself. Show like what you're watching. Yeah, let me see if I can dig out some of these quotes here, actually. I don't know why I'm so hesitant to do that. There's so many other topics, but no, like the point is I could go through like little short stories, and I don't know, it's hard to explain, but you can take the most random thing and turn it into something. So that's often what it is. Or again, people often say they make their best material, especially musicians, when they're high on something. You just have to take some random idea that you pull out of thin air and really commit to it. Right, commit to it super hard, reduce it to the lowest common denominator. And those are the two hardest parts of fiction. It's not about having a good idea, it's about trimming all the other good ideas away so that only the best one is left, and limiting it and specifying it down, but also dumbing it down for a mass appeal rather than, veiling it in escapism and all this kind of other shit. Okay, so today this kind of represents what this is partly about, just sort of rehashing old things that I'm not even saying they're that big of a deal, but sometimes I'll hear similar things over the years and be like, wow, I said the same thing, or I said something that answers that fallacy or addresses that whole point, and I said it years ago, and it's like, whatever. Sometimes like, oh my goodness, somebody will say the exact same thing, or even a watered down version of it, not saying they're copying me because nobody knows really who I am, although some of my stuff I've seen almost directly quoted in YouTube comments from some of the people who maybe were exposed to that format, but that's very rare, but I am aware of some of them. But the point is that, actually, especially to do with basketball, for some reason I did that 1 week as a sports podcaster, and some of those quotes are pretty profound, like Sam Jones is the overall leading scorer for the greatest dynasty in the history of professional sports. Like, that exact phrasing was mine, right? And so I've seen that comment. But anyway, the point is, this is a good old take, which is this kind of analogizing sexual orientation to fetishes. So, and some people might take an insult or be offended by it, but it's really not an insult. I've always argued for the open-mindedness when it comes to fetishes and what it can tell you about a lot of your preferences. So from a certain point of view, everybody is bisexual, because if you look at it deeply enough, you may be into certain things you're imagining, and sort of like certain fantasies and fetishes that you're going to have as preferences. So, for example, if you're not attracted to just the traditional thing, right, like the traditional form of sex, which a lot of people, again, have preferences. Some people find feet attractive. Some people find certain scenarios attractive, like, submission, being whipped is a very cliche, well-known one. Being used as like a human footstool, or, just being submissive to someone and sort of doing whatever they say and things like this. So the point is, with a lot of those, since it's not tied to the actual gender, right? Like, again, traditional sex, if you're attracted to that, obviously that would require the natural element that shows you, and that's why that's treated as the normal natural state, because that's nature's way of inspiring reproduction, and you have, whatever, male and a female having sex and therefore having kids. But not everybody needs to have kids or whatever, so we're in an age where it's not even important on that basis as much anymore. There's other ways to do it. But beyond that, you have the simple realization that fetishes will sort of reveal a lot of these things to you, that, again, a lot of it is psychological, so you sort of underestimate the human imagination. People can be, aroused or whatever, intrigued by a lot of things that have nothing to do with just that base animal inherent state of like two animals, going at it, if you will. That doesn't always have to be just what it's about. And so because of that imagination, it can turn into a lot of these things. But that's where I sort of disagree a little bit, that people would say, oh, they're naturally attracted to such and such, I believe the vast, vast, vast majority of people, almost even the people who say you're born gay, I don't necessarily believe that, but I'm not using that to condemn it or say that you shouldn't do it. You're not born straight either. You kind of go through puberty and you develop it. But the point is that what you're probably identifying, right, is that, let me put it this way, like, okay, you're a heterosexual, or at least you say you are, claim to be, right? You're a heterosexual male, and you like being pegged by your girlfriend, which means, you're receiving anal sex. So she doesn't have a penis to be able to do that, right? So you're into that because you're submissive and you enjoy being in a submissive position for her. So even though it's with a female that you're doing this, right? The fact of the matter is that you're basically in a position to, every time I leave my phone fucking anywhere, it just falls off under the seat. You're in a position where, again, you could say, does that mean that you're gay? Not necessarily at all, but it means that your imagination is kind of taking over beyond, again, it's not something a female would physically be able to do, or physically have that part. So you're sort of simulating something, again, not even saying that per se, but for the submissive element or whatever reason that you enjoy it, the fact of the matter is that, again, it's your imagination that matters more. So you could see how that could be also interpreted as, oh, that means that you're gay or bisexual and you would enjoy the same thing if a man was doing it. That doesn't mean you do, but it means that this is where a lot of fetishes overlap, right? There's a lot of things that you can be into that are not the traditional thing, which you may experience with, again, in a normal heterosexual relationship with the opposite sex. You might experience and enjoy it there, or you might enjoy it with, again, the opposite sex. You might enjoy it with both. But a lot of these things, again, they're not tied to the direct inherent state of the most basic form of just traditional sex. And so when you look at it that way, you'll realize how open-minded and open-ended that can be, because what you have is a simple reality of being able to, again, fetishes are very broad, and it ends up being not even really tied to anything from the perspective of now there's a cop, like, things keep distracting me. It is a perspective where, again, people are attracted to all kinds of things. So, for example, feet, you can have a foot fetish. That has nothing to do now with the opposite sex. You could potentially be attracted to, again, I understand that people will tie it to that and say, well, you're attracted to the opposite sex, but that just happens to be a certain part that you are especially attracted to that's not considered conventional or normal. But again, just realize a lot of it has to do with the imagination. So it could be a scenario, you have a fantasy about being sort of subdued or, submissive to them or dominating them in some sort of way. Again, obviously consensual, etc. But all these sort of fantasies that you have, it's sometimes not giving into the other person as much. It's just the inherent state of giving into, again, the stimuli acme, like giving into your base inherent tendency, nature, giving into your sexual desire, that is the natural thing, right? And so you're giving into this thing that you're resisting and inhibiting all the time in society that is always restrained, right? That you might have this tendency, but you restrict it all day, every day, and so now you're kind of letting loose and releasing that. So it's a form of release, and so that's the whole irony. You might think, oh, well, I like being dominated by my partner, but what that might actually tell you is there's a form of power for you in that too, because the power is you're being unrestricted the way you normally are in society from, you have to inhibit your sexual desires and tendencies all day, every day in society in various ways. And so only now you're free and uninhibited. So it's, you'll mistake it like, oh, I'm being under the other person's control or being submissive to them, which again, in a literal sense, sure. But what it's really doing is you're being free to be uninhibited in the sexual way that you always are. So now you're just free and open with that. And so there's a form of freedom, even though you might be a submissive in this situation. And there's a lot of cliches like the big time CEO. They play at this in Billions with Paul Giamatti, but it's a long-standing stereotype that like somebody who's bossing people around all day, every day, big shot CEO, etc., wants to come home and get whipped by their wife. Right? So it's like that power exchange, that balance, right, that you have. And so you kind of crave this release. Again, a lot of these things don't necessarily have to do per se with orientation either. They have more to do with just the base state of, again, your imagination and certain preferences and the wild number of ways that you can potentially, be gratified in the sense that you realize it's not as vanilla or, static as you think. So you might realize that fetishes align with orientation in that very same way. Anybody who is attracted to the opposite or to the same sex, right, it might very well be, something you can liken to a fetish. They like certain things that happen to not necessarily be limited to gender, and so now they can either be bisexual or they can either be gay, and the reason why is because, again, they're into something else that isn't just a traditional element. So it could apply to the opposite sex potentially, or again, so let's say you like getting pegged and you like being submissive in this sort of setting, right? That could manifest even, right, in a heterosexual relationship with a female who uses a prop to help them, but it could also manifest the other way. So again, it's the imagination, it's the submissiveness that you like, or it's the, again, certain body part that you like, or it's a certain, fantasy or something like that. So those things sort of augment it, where if that's what you're into, it doesn't necessarily have to be tied to a particular gender. And so that's where a lot, I think, you could easily say this. And again, it's to no offense, but I think you might find it can sometimes be less about physical attraction then, because it's sort of hard to prove this or show this, but again, it would be a lot to do with that. The same way that, again, a lot of the time you're attracted to, let's say you're attracted to the opposite sex, but a lot of what you're into might not have anything to do with that, where, I like this particular fantasy or this particular body part more than normal or something like that. So we sort of look at it in a narrow way, but again, if you're open-minded about fetishes, you'll realize certain things you might be into might not even have to do with another person at all, or they might have to do with, it could just be a fantasy period, and that gets you off, or it could be, various things. It's like why people are sometimes, Rule 34 territory and stuff. You could be turned on by, again, just something you imagine. It could be like some anime, for example. Why would people find hentai or something attractive? It's not just the visual of, looking at the character. You're imagining it in a real sense or associating it with that. So again, anything that gets your imagination off can be effective for you. So you're not really attracted to an anime character necessarily, but you are, again, either imagining that in a real sense or you're associating it with certain things that you're fantasizing about. So that's what you realize. Like, you could just look at a picture of a fictional character, not, anime character, whatever, and you're looking at them do something, somebody getting spanked or somebody getting whipped or whatever, and you might associate that with yourself. Like, I would find it gratifying to either have that done to me or do that to someone else, again, in a consensual setting. So, again, that has nothing to do, again, with gender, potentially. Again, you might think the basis of it is that sort of attraction, but this is the easier way to understand the sort of bridges to it, right? When people are going through puberty and all, sexual discovery and different things you're experimenting, you might confuse certain elements because, again, a lot of the same things are present, like, certain erogenous zones, etc., or certain, like making out, kissing, like you can do that with either gender, so it doesn't matter. But, you find certain ways to sort of transplant the same thing. You can have, oral sex, you can have, again, like dildos, props to try to simulate certain things. So, it's just interesting because so much of it can be explained by that. So you can say, orientations are basically fetishes. And again, that's not a negative thing, because, historically I've always said positive things like it's just something you should be open-minded about. But it's in the same vein as, like, you're finding something attractive that is not considered conventionally, traditionally attractive, which in this case, again, could be certain ideations like that, certain other body parts, certain other fantasies, certain other imagination. Because in this sense, you would have to do it that way. It wouldn't be, since you can't have traditional sex, you would have to find some other alternative to to enjoy. And so therefore it's a certain level of imagination that it takes to even be gay or bisexual in the first place, because again, you would have to use a dildo, or you would have to, there's all kind of other ways to do it. Hand job, blow job, those things are again malleable. So this is where again human imagination and ingenuity comes into play, that there's so many other ways to do something than just the traditional, there are plenty of ways beyond just the traditional way, which again, even people in heterosexual relationships do that, either eventually or whatever. And so there's all kind of fantasies. So again, if a straight male gets whipped by a straight female, what does that have to do with them being straight? Right? Yes, they might find that enjoyable because they find that person physically attractive, etc. But you can at least see how in a vacuum, okay, maybe you would enjoy that regardless of gender, because you enjoy the psychological element and the power that somebody has over you, or you can at least see how somebody else might, and therefore it wouldn't require them to be straight to enjoy that, right? They could enjoy the baseline of what you're doing, the same psychological tendency, so, the same fetish. So that is just interesting to think about, that there's a better way of putting it that I could probably come up with, but I'm having trouble. In other words, let's say that if you were gay, you weren't actually attracted to the other person, but you're attracted to these other things that are like, again, you like being pegged as a man, or you like being, it's just like you don't realize how strong the imagination is, that you can kind of, none of these things are inherent, right? They're sort of learned, or again, even if a lot of it has impact at a young age or when you're going through puberty, a lot of it you aren't necessarily aware of per se, but there is a certain element of imagination. So if your imagination is vivid and good enough, and if you're in control of it enough, you end up basically being able to do it in such a way that you can potentially be gratified by a lot of different things that you normally wouldn't expect, or that would be considered traditional, conventional. So again, it has less to do with anything else than just your own capability to be so vividly imaginative and open-minded and things like that. So a lot of people either don't think they have fetishes, or they won't really explore them, or they'll explore them in a very timid, sort of restrained way, or again, only you'll sort of limit yourself. So that's why, in the same way that you could develop a fetish, you could develop a different orientation that, you may be. So again, because straight people still have fetishes, you could interpret that like, okay, they're bi to the extent that they may be into all these things that you could imagine. And even if they prefer the opposite sex partner in the process, just the fact that you can imagine that creates some sort of potential nuanced basis where you could look at it that way. And then on the other side, even if you're gay, you may still experience some of the same tendencies. So like, it wouldn't be the person you're attracted to, it's the psychological element, like certain other fetishes or ideations or fantasies that you have. So I think that plays a huge role in it. Right, again, I'm not saying you aren't attracted to the other person, but that could play a bigger role. That you're attracted to the scenario, to the certain, again, point of fixation. That at times it can be almost interchangeable, or there are certain ways to look at it, like, I don't know, I feel like I had a better way of describing it, but you can analogize those together, and again, it both encourages open-mindedness of fetishes, but it also encourages the awareness of, again, it's not a bad thing to say that, it's just, that's what it would rely on, at least in a base sense. You have to be creative and have like some other ways of going about it that are not obviously the most traditional, which again, people do that regardless. So this is, again, what the human mind can do. This is why a lot of these arguments are kind of fallacies, where you say, well, it's not the natural way, therefore it's not a good thing, or you shouldn't do it, right? This is sometimes the base argument, or the more historical argument could be, well, if one person is gay, then everybody could be gay, and then we'll go extinct because nobody reproduces. And you might think that's not a big deal by today's standards, but in the past, it might have been more relevant, because, again, if there's far less people in the world or in a society, right, if you're dealing in the thousands or even just the millions instead of the billions, that might be more of a potential concern. If we allow one person to do it in society without stigmatizing whatever, then potentially everybody could be. But again, with today's technology and resources and number of people, that's sort of a moot point. But that would have been one historical argument potentially. And then, again, more modern arguments are just like, well, that's not natural, that's not how it's done in nature. Or again, like the one with the pastor, with the guy, why are you gay? The thing with that is that you have, it's not natural because you have to use all these fruit he's showing. So analogize that to, again, one of the props that you would use. But again, even if you have to do that, then so what? Because it's like, if you do that and you enjoy it, you probably shouldn't use fruit. But so what if you do? What's the problem with that, right? You can do whatever you want if you enjoy it. Again, you might be in a straight relationship and you might like being pegged by your girlfriend or something else. So, giving a blowjob is not, the natural way. The only natural way to have sex would be the one that leads to having pregnancies, right? Traditional sex, because that's the nature's way of inspiring it and sort of, the way the animals would be doing. And so it wouldn't be, if you do anything besides traditional sex, then you're already doing something that would be considered untraditional and strange and unnatural. And there's a lot of unnatural things that people do, right? Driving a car isn't natural. Speaking a language isn't even something, that's done in nature necessarily. And there's like this other element of, there's like 1 million cops around. That's one element, and then the fact of basically being able to, how can I describe it? Like having certain fetish, again, like a blowjob or something like that, would be analogized to basically the ability to say, well, that's not natural either, because again, you're sort of. There was some really dark joke to do with that. Like, it's like you're eating babies because you're eating babies because you're not letting them potentially come to life and be born, which is a big extrapolation, but it had a certain merit to it. So I can't remember what that's from even. But no, it's not exactly that. But the point is that, you are basically in a position to do all these other things that would not be the same thing. So again, a blowjob, foot job, hand job, all these, and this is part of the stimuli acme, sort of obsessing over every little thing where, it's not just, traditional sex, okay, that's fine. People have a way to fixate and obsess over every little thing to do with someone they find attractive, or just, again, attraction in general, sort of obsessing over it, basing your whole life around it, basing your finances around it, getting married and splitting your finances down the middle, or living together, basing your whole life, everything. And again, the one element to encourage that is, of course, the family system, but at least within that acknowledgement, you would realize, okay, the basis of it is hedonism and pleasure, and so just decide that is indeed the measure in your life that you want to have, and that you're doing it consciously, and it's, it would be seen as a primitive way and an absolutist perspective, and the reason why is because, not that you wouldn't have sex or you shouldn't have sex, but that, again, to obsess about it that much, that's the whole irony, is like, oh, you would think somebody in an open relationship with no inhibitions who just has sex with anybody, you must be obsessed with it. But they might be more non-emphasizing than you are. You're obsessed with it because you restrict it and say you can do it in this way and this way only, and if you do it this way, it's wrong and it's bad, it's evil, and if you do it in this way, it's good and it's righteous and look how honorable, right? So you're being controlled in a half-mast state by saying, oh, it has to be done only this way. So you're treating it like it's an absolute by placing undue emphasis, but then you're restricting the absolute and saying you can only practice it in such and such manner. And so you're kind of obsessing with it and being controlled by it nonetheless. And so the point is that you would be less restrictive and place less emphasis if you just simply didn't care and you just did whatever you wanted, or you didn't even practice it at all. And the reason why is because, again, it's just this fixation. So look how far you take it, that you base major finances, life decisions about it, sort of take it as a meaning of life, this sort of base hedonism. It would be a hard argument to talk around that that's what we're saying, right? The reason why is because of hedonism, and at least from nature's perspective, okay, it's to inspire you to reproduce, and from society's perspective, it's a way to kind of encourage you to have a family system. Right, but there is no self-awareness of a measure. I feel that, you would recognize that, okay, you're practicing half-mass hedonism, and it's useful for society because of family. It's useful for, it's a process of nature to, again, inspire reproduction. But it's not something on an individual level that you could really explain too well, because it's sort of inconsistent. It's the basis of pleasure, but then you're not fully doing that uninhibited. You're kind of restricting yourself to one person in certain scenarios. And then also, it's not held in check either. You're not practicing it at all, or you're not... You're neither not practicing at all nor practicing it fully, so you're practicing it in a half-mast state that can be controlled and has those incentives behind it. So it is this fixation on a supposed absolute that you're not even treating absolutely, and you're not holding it accountable, and so there's a lot of conflict of contrivance that results from it. So this is sort of part of the absolutist perspective that you can have where, again, you're not saying what you should do or not, but you're observing the nature of a contrivant state. So either you will not practice a contrivance state and therefore not suffer the conflict of contrivance, but you might suffer an inherent conflict, or you might be able to you won't experience the conflict of contrivance, at least if you're aware of it, you can acknowledge it, you're choosing to do it, etc. But it's sort of like how people say in fiction, suspension of disbelief. So what you're doing here is suspension. This is kind of like a new term. I don't think I really used this one before. Suspension of cognitive dissonance, or bypassing cognitive dissonance, or sort of suspension of, instead of disbelief, suspension of reality. That you believe things that you know aren't true, or you sort of, ignore certain things that are true. So you either believe things that aren't true, that you know aren't true, or you ignore things that you know are true, just so that you can practice a contrivance state that, again, is either easier to control or easier to be controlled by, to the extent that you have again, like you believe in love, even though it's half-assed hedonism. You believe in God, even though, again, that's sort of egocentric, and enforcement ends up being what you practice anyway. Like enforcement from the perspective that you have laws and all that, so you wouldn't need that if it was absolute from God. So again, you have all these actual real systems, or not even real, but real through acknowledgement and action and practice, but then you have this false absolute in the background as a basis that you would try to use. And so that has a certain merit to it because of the simple fact that you would have, you would be limiting it because you would say that, again, you're ignoring certain things and, again, believing certain things and allowing certain things to sort of bypass your normal thinking state and capacity for self-awareness and objectivity, etc. So you're doing that because it may be useful, but it's a choice that you're still making, so you should at least be aware of that choice. But then that makes it difficult, because if you acknowledge that, then you would be less likely to actually be willing to believe that. What you run into sometimes, okay, this is a good concept here, that, like, no matter what a person's tendency is, the one defining trait of human beings, of course, is the ability to think and sort of be self-aware. So, for example, all these other things are fallacies that are said, oh no, what makes you human? The soul, or, right, the heart, the soul. Even the heart is a misnomer, because what you really mean is the mind and other, physiological processes or whatever, right? But, like, oh, I love you because of the heart, but that's, like, rooted in old, antiquated fallacies, so I'm surprised people still even use that imagery or say that, because, the heart has nothing to do with anything, right? It's your awareness, it's your thought, it's your, if anything, when it comes to love, it would be another body part, right, that's below the belt that it has to do with. So out of those three, the mind, below the belt, and the heart would have the least to do with it. But regardless of that, it's like, regardless of whatever tendency you have, you can always be aware of it. So that's the defining trait of humanity. So it's surprising to see such a dismissal of that, or again, like this unwillingness to be puzzled, cognitive dissonance, etc. Sort of like an unwillingness to face cognitive dissonance, I should say. So what that leads to is the reality that, again, no matter what tendency you have, it's like, oh, nobody's perfect. But you would be aware, from this perspective, you would be aware of yourself, very self-aware. You could say, oh, self-conscious, but then you could counteract the tendency, so then it's less a question of ability, but more a question of will. Like, you'd be aware of it, and you would have the ability to try to at least counteract it to some degree, this sort of tendency. So now it's a question of how much do you really care? How much will do you have to really address it? And the answer would probably be that that's where most people struggle. Like, if you really wanted to do something, you could more than likely do it, but you want to put forth the time, the effort, like with a certain job. Could you be a doctor? Could you be a lawyer? You probably could, right? Most seeming ordinary people could, but it would take so much time and effort. You'd rather be partying, you'd rather not work that hard, etc. So, do you want to study 12-hour nights? Do you want to, whatever, A lot of things come more so down to will than ability, right? How much do you really care? How much do you really want to do something, etc.? And so the lack of awareness element that people seem to prefer, or at times is easier, to control in society, is everything is reduced to that sort of basic, superficial level. So, certain perspective, you would have like a low opinion of everybody, rather than, just in general based on actions or, certain human nature. But instead, on the initial level, you would have it specifically like, predicated based on certain races, or based on, other superficial elements, race or gender or something, just because that's what you can see on the surface level. So you want to judge people based on that. So again, one of my expressions to be aware of it is not to be above it, but it at least allows you to counteract it. You can at least recognize the tendency. If it's something undesirable, then you can try to counteract it actively, right? Instead of mindlessly either ignoring it or just like acknowledging, it's just a fact of life, it's just how you are. But if it's something you don't like, then you can counteract it. Again, most of what it comes down to is people that just don't really care you could be aware of it, but you don't really care to change it, or whatever. It's a measure issue, like, oh, you'd rather just do it. But then you get into certain antiquated fallacies, like, oh, working hard or this or that. But if you could achieve the same outcome without working hard, whether with the aid of technology or something, right, people would gladly embrace it. So it becomes a bit of a, certain other standards too are like this, where it's not a bad standard to hold, but sometimes you do it just for the sake of it. Where often people will make something more difficult just so that they can flex that point or something. Right, if you can achieve the same end through less work, why wouldn't you? That's most of what human society and technology is there for anyway. So certain antiquated standards are held just because maybe at one point they were useful to believe that, but now they no longer are necessary. So, for example, anything that technology enables or makes easier, even that one could be a reason, like, okay, the natural element of, sex and reproduction, but you wouldn't need to do that anymore now, or it wouldn't be universally a concern, because now you have other ways of doing that. Right, so even if everybody was gay, if you assume it on the broadest scale possible, it wouldn't really be a problem because you have other ways of doing it, of having kids, Yeah, there's a lot of elements to do with appearance, basic things like that. There's a superficial level, there is a performative aspects level, and when you realize how easily those things can be manipulated or controlled, you realize there is no actual value to it because it's just all performative. Somebody may be better or worse at doing that, but then it's taken as like some actual defining trait, and so that's very strange because it's all just reactive and overextended. So it's, dependent, overextended pretense like this. There's always some zero-sum incentive behind it. So why not just not pretend it's anything more? And there's some other, elements behind it. So it's like all you're doing is overextending self-interest and pretending it's about something else. Overextend the self to the collective or the collective to the self, kind of a thing. So then it becomes a contest of contrivance for who can dress up their incentive best and make it seem like it's about something else, thus to still achieve it as the defining dependent factor still. And that's not even that's in politics, that's just in general, oftentimes you're even deceiving yourself in that regard, I don't want to just be with this person just because of sex. Even though that's the defining factor, if you take that away and that prospect away, then, everything else is gone. So that is the factor. But you try to convince even yourself sometimes that you like all these other things and overextend it, and therefore, sort of obsess over it. But then you create a false absolute expectation to which there can be a lot of conflict of contrivance as well. What other topics are there with that? Basically just you choose to engage in a process and then you complain about it. And so it's this conflict not with the specific of it necessarily, although the specific can serve to overcompensate. So like, someone might go above and beyond to try to make a flawed process work, or again, a contrived process. But what you're really doing is you're posing an absolute, like, a person should be with one person only, and that they're meant to be, and that's love, and out of 8 billion people in the world, they're meant to be with that one person only. So you're struggling with this false absolute that is being posed as a premise, right? And so now you can overcompensate and try to make it work, or you could just ignore it and sort of not pretend that it's absolute in the first place. So again, there's that functional basis that, it's useful for a family system. But I would love to hear somebody actually acknowledge that. The only reason why I'm in this committed relationship isn't because it's really what I want or love or anything like that, but because it's objectively adverse to myself, but I do it anyway because it's functional and useful for society to control and create a family system. Like, I would love for somebody to actually acknowledge that, but it would be very difficult, cognitive dissonance, so you would instead try to pretend that you actually want it and it's actually an absolute. And this is actually how people think, because, or if you can even call it thinking, but you need to pose an absolute to try to justify some sort of sacrifice or cognitive dissonance that you're having. So if you have, for example, gratification of morality, it's not enough just to say, like, you're appealing to the self in two ways. So, like, egotism, you'll say, don't commit a crime. But then people will say, well, it's just subjective. It's your word against mine. So I try to usurp that by saying, well, it's not just one subjective human saying don't do something, like commit a crime, kill somebody, hurt somebody. Because then you could just turn around and say, well, I'm also a subjective human just like you. And then I say, okay, I do want to do it. I will do it. It's okay. And so it's one subjective voice versus another. Even if you want to defer to social Darwinism, like the majority of people, the point is, you would have the ability to basically do you would have the ability to do it in such a way that you're trying to appeal to the ego and the self. So, for example, a person might commit a crime, hurt somebody, kill somebody, etc., out of self-interest. They would have something to gain from it. So how do you stop them from doing it? You don't have some higher standard than self-interest, like, it's just wrong morally, etc. You appeal to the same ego and self-interest. How? Okay, so the subjective standard you try to subvert. Instead, one person says it's bad, one person says it's good. Instead, you try to hold it above that and say, well, God says it's bad, so therefore you have to do it. So you're bypassing kind of that subjective basis and cognitive dissonance and thought, right? That's number one. But number two is, again, you appeal to the same self-interest and say, well, now it's against the law, so if you do it, you'll be punished for it. So, again, you're not doing it because, it's wrong and you're a good person. You're doing it because, you're afraid of getting caught and punished. Therefore, your self-interest suffers, the same self-interest that would motivate you to do it in the first place. It's the same basis. And then the other side is that you would have the ability to do sort of ego gratification. So this is a way to sort of, instead of just enforcement, you try to indoctrinate somebody, etc., to say doing that is wrong, morally wrong, sort of in the same vein as the absolute of, like, God saying it's wrong, but it's some sort of wrong, and therefore you feel morally gratified for not doing it, and therefore you can be controlled in that manner as well. So you're still appealing to self-interest in a different way, that instead of the force of a threat to stop you from doing it, it's the gratification that you get. So you make people feel good about themselves, or make them feel like they're really doing something, good, in some sort of moral standard that you're posing basically as an absolute. Oh, that's still appealing to the ego. Right, so you either appeal to self-interest in the same way that, you'll get punished for it, that's why you won't do it, or you appeal to the ego like, you feel good about it, that's why you won't do it, or again, you try to bypass any sort of standard altogether and say, well, it's just absolute and just God says not to do it, so then you won't be questioned in that kind of. So if you realize that, see if somebody actually had motivation to formalize all this could easily pass off as a pretty substantial piece of literature or something, but I'm just too lazy to even bother doing it. You'd have to organize and cut it down a lot, but... What else? What else do we have? Like just, this is one concept that can sometimes be troublesome. Is like people's awareness. You see this a lot with the media. Like you'll get up in arms about something because you hear about it a lot. Even if you know well, kind of deep down that that must be true of other, like somebody did something bad, but you're well aware that probably people do something similar all the time. They just don't get caught, or you don't hear about it, or, there's not a big spectacle made about it. So it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be bothered, but if you were truly bothered, it wouldn't be the selective awareness where, just because you're hearing about it now you care, and you assume like that's all that ever happens or all that exists, right? So again, it's one of those unwilling to be puzzled. You might say, well, what do you want people to do? Just assume that it happens, but you would be less moved by it because you'd be like, well, this may be a highly conspicuous example of this, but it doesn't mean it doesn't happen all the time, so don't let the selective awareness and emphasis kind of control your perception too much. Because then it's very naive, like only what you hear about on the surface level or what is obvious is what is actually real or what happens. Right, so then it's easy to control people's perceptions because, again, it's not even about whether what you're saying is true or not. It's just sort of selective and it's sort of, based on how much you emphasize it, you can kind of omit a story, just ignore it, and then talk about another one a lot, so they could both be true, but, you'll kind of select out so have all this emphasis and framing, etc. So anything can be controlled in this sort of myopic way, because what you do is again, you minimize or omit something on one side of a story or, one story, and then you'll emphasize and talk without end about another. So again, they can both be true, but you can still be sort of skewed in that way. Okay, so here, as I'm at a total loss for what to watch still, but I do want to watch something. I'm going to watch this video called Hitler Speaking English, First Speech After Prison. So it's like somehow narrated over like one of his speeches in English. It's not actually him speaking English, I don't think, right? I don't remember that ever happening, but I have heard and read a lot of his speeches. Some of them are on YouTube, and at least in short parts. And of course, it's the famous, use of the speech in Contact, where, that was like the first satellite broadcast caliber transmission by humanity. So therefore, that's the one that, the first message the aliens got across was Hitler's speech Summer. So they just use that to interesting creative effect. But the thing is, I have read/heard some of his speeches, and this is the whole misconception that people have. Like, was he a good, effective speaker? Like, obviously. And so that's the point. It's like, that doesn't mean you like what he's saying, or, there's an objective basis you can use. Like with Triumph of the Will, it's a Nazi documentary, right? It's a well-made documentary. It's effective for its purpose. It's propaganda, obviously. And so the point is, like, Roger Ebert and other critics can praise the documentary like it's well-made. Technically, you can learn, certain techniques from it, even if, again, the underlying point is it's propaganda and it's bad, right? The whole events and basis behind it is bad. I guess you could say it's not really a good documentary if it's like so inaccurate or fluffing things up, but that's mostly what it's doing. It's just fluffing stuff up. So it's not even a question of, inaccuracy or anything like that. It's not going to mention a lot of negative things, right? And it doesn't have to. Like, a documentary doesn't have to be all-inclusive. So the point is, what you're doing is you're respecting the technique that goes into it, but condemning still, obviously, the person behind it or whatever. Or you're kind of even tying the two together. Like, if he wasn't a good speaker, and if he was just a moron, and if he was just a bad guy, he wouldn't have been able to do all the things he did. So on one hand, it's a failure of society to allow him in that position, but on the other hand, it's a case where you're able to basically, look at it like, obviously all the worst people have certain talents, otherwise they wouldn't be able to do, like Genghis Khan is just an evil guy, that's why he conquered most of the known world. He might have been an evil, again, even looking at it like that is, I think, strange, but he was very effective at what he was doing. He was very strategic. He was very smart, actually. He did some brilliant strategic things. He was ruthless, but, I don't look at it like that era. A lot of kings of that era would have, were fighting with each other and would have loved to do what he did. So it's not a question of morality. Like, don't mistake lack of ability for morality. He wasn't less moral than them. That's why he took over the world, basically. He was simply more effective at what they were all trying to do. It's not like everybody was holding hands and then all of a sudden, the big bad Genghis Khan comes along, right? It's the fact that a lot of people were warring with each other, as is always true in human history, but then he's just simply more effective and more skilled and more strategic at it. And so I'm not going to hold that against you. It's like everybody's operating under the same process, right? So don't hate the player, hate the game. Like, again, it's even like with Native Americans. Again, I'm not defending anything or taking a side, but it's like Native Americans weren't this peace-loving, connected nation where everybody got along. The tribes would fight against each other, so then the Europeans come along and kill them. It's like, you were fighting against yourself, so they're just doing the same thing you were doing to each other, but they're doing it to you. So it's the same human nature and process, which almost indicates that you might have done it to them if you had the adequate technology and had reached that point. So I always look at that as defining. But the whole point here is the simple fact that, again, you can be an effective you can be good at something without being good yourself. That's where people conflate. Like, they'll be this, like, very narrow-minded, somebody who's bad is just bad, and everything they ever did is bad, and they're just, terrible, right? But that's not really how it works, because at least on the surface level, they appear good, or they're effective in certain ways. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cause so much damage or come to power. So, like Putin, when Trump says Putin is smart or something, right? Like, obviously he would have to be, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to stay in power this long. So it doesn't mean it's a compliment, like, you like the guy. Or, again, I'm not speaking for Trump, I'm just saying, on my part, you can recognize, yes, Putin is clearly intelligent, he's clearly very capable at what he's doing, but that doesn't mean what he's doing is good or that he's a good guy, right? So the two are separate. It's like when you're ranking villains in a movie, although obviously this is more serious real-world stuff. But when you're doing that, it's like, Michael Corleone is really smart. That doesn't mean you're vouching for him as a good guy, but, Light Yagami is a genius. That doesn't mean you're saying what he's doing is right, although actually, to some degree, that is defensible. But the point is, Red John from The Mentalist or something. These are highly capable, highly intelligent characters, and so you're recognizing their ability, and ability is therefore separate from morality. Like, you can be good or bad at something, and you can also be good or bad morally, but the two are separate. So what you recognize here is the objective basis of, it was partly his speaking ability that allowed him to rise to the position that he rose to. Very passionately, very loudly, he would speak, very adamant with the hand movements and stuff. And so again, you have to look at that ability, at least if you want to understand it. And I always look at a lot of leaders as being pragmatic. Like, Obama was a good speaker. That doesn't mean he was a good leader or a good president or anything, or even that he's a good person. But he was, pragmatic to a way that's at least good on a surface level. So that's how you can look at it, is that, again, you can be good at certain things, but not be necessarily a good person or whatever, right? Use it for the wrong reasons, etc. But I don't like that sort of narrow-minded dismissal that, oh yeah, this guy's just bad in everything he did. He was just terrible at everything. That doesn't work even if you want to try to oppose that person, because let's say somebody like that came around again, or, Trump is literally Hitler, people are saying, which I think is just, doesn't even make sense. But even if you believe that, it doesn't mean you should dismiss everything he does. You should realize, other elements. Like, if you really want to beat somebody like that, don't keep saying they're bad, they're bad, they're bad. Try to look at the other side and say, okay, why are they even having a chance to win? If the other side is good, or if anybody else is good, then you shouldn't need to worry about them being bad so much, right? That should speak for itself. So yeah, this is Hitler speaking English, first speech after prison. So we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. So it has a certain amount of text at the beginning. So when it comes to Hitler movies, I've obviously seen The Downfall, Der Untergang, however you say it, with Bruno Ganz, and that's obviously where a lot of the Hitler rants, parodies, memes come from. Between Hitler rants, parodies, between prank calls, and between Tourette's guy, these are some things that, again, they might not seem in the best taste, but they can be pretty funny at times, and whatever. Viewer discretion advised. I mean, it's just a guy talking, man. But no, what you have is, there were a couple other movies I wanted to see. There's this one where it's Hitler's the imaginary friend of a kid or something, or a bunny, or I can't remember. Somebody's imagining Hitler. There's 2 movies like that from the 2010s. Look Who's Back is one where Hitler comes back, and then another one where a kid is imagining Hitler as his imaginary friend. So I would almost like to see those movies. But no, also this base is you're watching or reading something about Hitler, so therefore, whatever. But I've also done that about Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and everybody else, Winston Churchill. So, he just becomes such a divisive figure. Or here's my take on Hitler, why are people so repulsed by the Holocaust rather than anything else? It's not even that it's the most destructive event ever or something like that, although it is obviously terrible. What it means is, it seems like evil for the sake of evil. At points it didn't even serve a purpose, right? Not in a zero-sum cynical sense. It's easy to explain. The reason why you conquer the Native Americans is to take their land and to steal their stuff, right? Even though that's still evil and bad and genocide, you can at least understand it and okay, they're just greedy, selfish, conquering. They're doing it for a reason you can explain. The Holocaust at times you can't even explain. It arguably didn't help Germany in the war somewhat with labor and things, but a lot of the time it could be questioned that it even hurt them. They were putting a certain amount of effort and resource into it. So it seems like it's evil being done for the sake of evil that's a lot harder to explain, rather than actually being done for a zero-sum selfish purpose, right? That people at least feel more comfortable with that, because okay, they did it because they were selfish. Okay, now we have German sample, but this is not actually him speaking. That's the thing. It's not actually him speaking. Look at his histrionics and performative aspects. Yeah, people don't understand the big picture. That's the thing. Study history and you'll understand human nature. It's not what you think it is. I do not address you to give this voice is pretty good. It kind of matches with his. It's a little bit trying too hard, but. What has happened in the future? I don't know exactly what the subject is here. This new party, 1918. Yeah, after World War I, that's the real reason for Hitler, right? Because Germany was in such disarray after that, they were kind of looking for somebody to blame and latch onto. When would Germany rise again? Make Germany great again? But you'll realize how similar a lot of this rhetoric is to any speech. Like, a lot of politicians use similar, speech patterns. It doesn't mean that it represents what he's actually about, although he did let a lot of things slip. Did not lie in the military defeat. Not in parliament or disarmament. So he's blaming them, victim blaming. Millions praise the disarmament. It really is like a revenge story. Germany was beaten down in World War I and was so destroyed, right? That now, their economy was totally decimated. So now they try to take revenge, and that's why World War II happens and why a lot of the support happens. This is a little bit hard to follow, actually. I don't know the exact... This is a lot earlier than what I'm used to hearing. Great nation of 60 or 70 million is indestructible. Oh, 16 or 17, not 60 or 70. I was going to say, that seems too high. $10 million who are prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Old empire had been sinning so badly. Parliamentary shenanigans. I don't know, I'm not really able to follow this very well. Let's use this as an excuse to watch Hitler's Rants parodies or something. In a second here. Man, the number of emergency vehicles today is crazy. It's several hours apart, too. So you have, but then I can't really watch those either. I don't know what the fuck I want to watch. But no, people just missed the point. Even the Skibbity Biden, they were trying, Skibbity Biden says Trump is using Hitler's language, right? But, I tried to even say it in that cadence, but again, Obama also used Hitler's language. So did every other leader ever, Ronald Reagan. Like, to some extent, you could find certain overlaps because you're saying a lot of the same sort of things. That's what that Dark Brandon was talking about. Like, oh, he's trying to make speeches to make people feel good about themselves. I love when people say these kind of crackpot psychological things. It'll, if you make eye contact, you must be guilty or sociopath. Or if you don't, that means you're lying. Or, whatever. Oh, if you're accused of murder and you're nervous, so that means you did it. But you're also too calm, so that means you did it too. Like, it's these sort of self-fulfilling things. No matter what, you're just going to come to a convenient conclusion that you want to. But when it comes to this, you're in a position where, again, like, oh, you make speeches to make people feel good about themselves. Wow, nobody ever does that. Like, they apply to, like, everybody, but you'll just select out and say, oh my goodness, look at this rhetoric, look at this whatever. And then the other side is that you will basically, be in a position to, just again, either you want to make people feel happy or uplifted or optimistic, or you want to make them feel like kind of angry and just, passionate. I'm mad as hell, I'm not going to take this anymore kind of stuff. Man, I never have an ability to find something good to watch. What are some of the ongoing ones I've done? I mean, I was doing the Crunchyroll thing, but I don't feel like doing that now. I was doing almost Skibbity Toilet, but the main reason why I'm hesitating is because that playlist is annoying. I have to kind of find a way to reverse it. And then another thing is, what is this even? Montage President Trump versus the media, Coronavirus Edition. Okay, let's watch this. It never gives me the right orientation. I like this as sort of just random meandering stuff, but at some point you got to decide that you should watch something. President Trump versus the media, Coronavirus Edition. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. There are people in your profession that write fake news. See, like, there are two things can be true with him, too. He might criticize the media to excuse his own flaws at times, right? No question about it. But I still appreciate that he points it out because there is bias. So that there's two things can be true. What do you say? I say that you're a terrible reporter. It wasn't that bad of a question, though. Just, what do you say to people who are scared? That question wasn't actually that bad, though. Podcast. Kung flu here, the Chinese virus. Like the Spanish flu. A person at the White House used the term. He keeps making her say it again, like maybe as if to troll her. It comes from China. This isn't the same clip. Wants them to be appreciative, but they should be appreciative. I mean, everybody's such a fucking dick. Like, send in the National Guard because of the riots, but then we don't want you to. I don't want them to say things that aren't true. then he gives credit to everybody else. The media his use of Twitter was impressive because it gave him his own little soapbox to, push back against the media, which in a way is good. So otherwise you just have to take it. He says that a lot. Are you ready? Or he does like the imaginary accordion thing that people make fun of. Very clear that there are people in your profession that write fake news. I like watching these people in the background. But no, I've always pushed back on the media. And you look at how they've appointed a corporate puppet, like Biden hasn't been very impactful, so he's just a positive spin. Like the same answer you gave before. I feel good about it. You bought yourself some time, didn't use it to prepare such and such. There is some inconsistency with this where, he closed off the border, so he's xenophobic, and then so it's all inconsistent. And again, Democrats and Republicans both struggled with it. When I did it, they criticized you. I love how these reporters talk to him, though. When did they ever talk to Obama like this? And people just say, because Obama's so nice and perfect. But there is an inconsistency. I don't mind the tone they're taking, but take it with everybody. Be consistent. When did they do this with Biden? When did they do this with Obama? It's so transparent. Lower approval rating. See, now I'm not saying his COVID response was even that good, but what do you compare it to? Like, more people died under Biden with the handicap of already having a vaccine than died under Trump in the peak of it. I have 100 more clips. We're getting fake news, and I like to have it corrected. Jim Acosta, but see, he would always take these reporters' questions, though, even if they're very mean to him and stuff. People say, he's too sensitive, but I just would love to see this. And seriously, that's what I've always asked for. Treat everybody like this, and I'm happy. I don't mind that you're treating him like this, although, again, sometimes you're trying a bit too hard, but just a comment will go away like a miracle. Some of this was not the greatest. It took a very long time to go away, but yeah, it's very inconsistent. And I would love to see if that didn't happen. Pretend COVID didn't happen. What's the argument against Trump then? You basically don't have one. You could say we can find somebody better, but his economic policy was good. Staying out of wars was good. So they're not showing him the right respect owed to a duly elected president. That's what you don't get. Like, what people don't get. Even the first day, like, as soon as he wins in 2016, all the media watch their meltdown, right? Watch the reaction to him winning. They're not saying, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen. They're already negative, like, a lot of Americans are scared. But evidently, a lot of Americans must be happy because they voted for him. Like, I'm not saying you have to take the side of anybody, but you don't have to take a side against him. Like, that's so weird, right? You're taking a negative tone from day one. That's why you're Yahoo. He doesn't know the price. You shut him down pretty well. Even he had to laugh. More people than died in the Vietnam War. That is a fair statistic, but again, look around the world and look around this is what they always do. They pass off something like this to the vice president. Mike Pence was the COVID task force, and Kamala Harris was the border czar, right? They always give them these little pet projects. But no, like, Democratic governors struggled with it. It wasn't just a Republican issue or a president issue. Or, you know what I love? Some of these Democratic arguments, like Minnesota, oh, Trump was president when that happened. Like, the George Floyd riots, but you're right, he was, but you were also governor of the city at the time, so you were more directly involved. So you'll try to blame Trump for it, but you won't blame yourself for it. Like, at least blame both. Putting his name on the check, like... hydroxychloroform. Why do you keep calling this the Chinese virus? There's like so many remixes on this. Don't you understand, you dumb son of a bitch? We're calling it Kung Flu, the Chinese virus, something like that. This is the second time you said it comes from China, but it's still not the... Or maybe this is the one. It comes from China, just the way he says China. I just like the skew in the perception. Oh, this was from Daily Wire, I didn't even know. But what you have is the ability to, you have this ability where you realize that people are like, see, my whole thing is objectivity and like having a consistent standard. I'm like Kimberly from Full Metal Alchemist, although not really, but like in a certain point of view, he doesn't tell people like what to do. He's more like, be consistent with your cause. He doesn't like to see inconsistency and half-mast sort of flakes. Like, that's my, obviously, absolutist term, half-mast. So whatever your measure is, whatever you're trying to do, I'm not telling you what to do, but I'll hold you accountable to try to be consistent. So do it consistently with no inhibition and to the maximum of your ability, then I'll respect you. So what you have is an inconsistency where if you really look at a lot of what Trump does and says, I'm not saying it's even good, but I'm saying that it's not that much different than what a lot of other people do or say, maybe just superficially a little bit. And so I do see like a selective basis. When he does something that's bad, when somebody else does something that's good, you can kind of see the skew and the spin to it that I don't like. It shouldn't come down to that, because then it's just all about appearances, which of course it is all about that, but all this kind of stuff acknowledging this basically popularity contests, like so much of his emotionalism, personal attacks, even attacking people who, and where the tell is kind of, it's a self-tell moment where you have people were saying this like before. That's just the problem. It's one thing like, okay, Trump caused an insurrection on January 6th and if this is your perspective, obviously it's kind of, he's acquitted from it and whatever. But even if that was your reason, okay, at that point we know Trump is bad, let's say, and you don't want to vote for him. But here's why I'm skeptical of that. Never mind the acquittal and all that. It's the fact that you have some kind of basis within which you could say like people were saying that from the beginning, even before he won. So that's how you know it's a little suspect. Again, especially the media. I don't know why people take this so seriously. Like, you're the good guy when millionaires love you, like celebrities and artists. Like all these actors, actresses. You're the good guy when millionaires love you, and when the media, corporate-owned media, loves you. Right, so if they all hate Trump, that must mean they're on your side. So you're trying to let a few dozen celebrities, you're trying to let the elite corporate-owned media, let them decide the outcome of the election and whether it's acceptable or not of a choice, whereas tens of millions of ordinary Americans make their own choice, and now that's not acceptable, so the system has to try to correct it to its own desire. Like, that's so... like, it's not up to George Clooney and Taylor Swift, and it's not up to, even Elon Musk. It's not up to CNN and NBC and ABC. It doesn't matter what they think, right? Tens of millions of people voted for Trump, so that's their choice, despite all the negative media coverage, despite all the spin, all the skew, right? That's the whole irony of it, is that there was all this opposition, but like, why should there be? The opposition would happen normally like it does in a regular election. Like, you can vote for someone, you can vote for someone else, you can quote-unquote vote against, even though there's no such thing, right? But don't give us all this middleman stuff where, oh no, the media has to take a side to try to fortify the election and make sure the big bad Trump doesn't steal it or win it or something. So you have this weird situation in which you're able to, have this aberration in 2020, 81 million votes, 74 million. So this is the benefit I have of at least trying to be objective, and I don't like to dig into sides, is that there is something disturbing about it. There's a certain quality of rooting for the underdog that would explain, some Republican and Trump support, that you're rooting for the underdog because they're always being bashed by the media, collectively, everybody. So, people want to almost bring balance just that way. Not even because they think they're good, but because they think, not necessarily even because they're good, but they know that they don't want it to be a one-party state, and they're worried about things like that. With Democrats being aligned with the media and things of this nature. And then beyond that, you have a simple fact that you're able to, I don't like how people can see things selectively. Again, like Elon Musk taking over Twitter is bad, and so is Fox News for being biased just generally. But you don't see the bias exists on the other side, other networks, and you don't see the bias existed before Elon took over. So again, it's not a false duality of like, oh, now it's perfect and now it's free speech. No, I'm sure people can find all kind of inconsistencies. He has his own bias. It might be steered in the other direction. So you might be fair to criticize that, but don't act like, oh, it was perfect before and then he came along. Because that just shows you're not paying attention or you're deliberately being ignorant. And you also have, you also have a situation where, again, you're just sort of, again, this is the biggest thing that a person can do. This is like the Tulsi Gabbard effect. Just because you're on a side doesn't mean you have to be blind. And, even if you agree, right? Like, even if you wanted Biden to win and you were happy to see that outcome and whatever, you should still criticize the media for being biased. Like, the Hunter Biden story should have been out there, and you should still be confident that you would have won despite that, right? That would be fine. So you have to be big enough to say, even if you're happy with the outcome or you agree with the bias, like in the media, you can still point out that it is bias. But no, there's a lot of little formats that I floated. Like, we could do an audiobook format. We could do a Netflix format. We could do a audiobook, Netflix, something else I can't remember. We're talking about Contact, Harry Potter. I don't know. I just don't feel motivated really to watch anything. But I guess I will at some point. And I could care less really whether these get views or not. I'm just doing it for whatever chronicling purpose. But the two ways to clearly improve it, not that you should be taking my advice anyway, but if I was to take my own advice, which doing things that I don't really like to do, I could just show the content I'm reacting to. And you could also try to do face cam or something. And you could also, which is one thing I might actually try to do, you could try to improve like maybe the mic quality a little bit. There's this interview going on like pretty soon today, I think, with Elon Musk and Trump. But no, I like this, but it's kind of, I don't think it's happening yet, so I couldn't react to it exactly now. But what you have is you have the situation where, Elon has been accused of, he's right, he's trying to pander to the right. But it doesn't make sense because, again, his company and some of the things he's done in the past and where he's been, California and stuff, it wouldn't really indicate that he's exactly a hard right kind of guy. Just like with Trump, people say, he's far right and this and that, even though he was historically a Democrat and lives in New York a lot and done a lot of his work there with Democrats. Like, doesn't it seem he's given a campaign donation to Harris much earlier on? And, like, it's just weird because where is the judgment there then? If he's such a bad guy, why did he have so much success in New York? Or why did why did Hillary Clinton come to his wedding? Why did Harris take his donation? Why did, So at the very least, they're not very good at detecting how bad he was, or he suddenly magically just became bad as soon as he tries to run for president. But no, there's a certain validation that you get, right, that I cannot deny. When you win in 2016 against all odds, against the media, against Hillary, established politician, everybody's saying you can't do it. But then when you do it, they don't give you credit or validate you. They say, you're still bad. You're even worse now. Again, you might think, what about policy or something later on? Which again, generally, objectively, it wasn't all that bad. I mean, you could point, name 3 policies you didn't like and, fine. We can discuss it. Certainly people will point out COVID, but I'm just talking about more general, under like normal circumstances. But what you also have is the ability to say, again, you say he's bad when he's running. That's why he shouldn't win. But then he wins. So you don't change your mind and say, maybe he's not so bad, let's give him a chance. You say, no, now he's just as bad, now he's worse, and everybody who votes for him is bad and worse too. That doesn't really work. Again, I'm not saying I didn't vote for him, right? I'm not the reason why he won in the first place, but you have this, it would be more aligned. Like, my perspective would probably lead to him winning here, but it wouldn't lead to him winning by default, but it wouldn't really lead to me voting for him, because it would be like if everybody took my advice, 0 people would vote for Harris and Democrats, 0 people. Then again, some people might of their own volition say, okay, maybe I'll vote for Trump, fine. And then a lot of people would vote for independents. So between the two, right, one of those two would win, but the Democratic Party would absolutely not win. And I love this sort of propaganda. This sort of shows you actually the one-party state that we already kind of have. Democrats have been president from 2008 to 2016 and 2020 to 2024, and now if they win again. So they would have been president 4 of the last 5 times, right? I just said this in some earlier section. And yet you're still talking about, oh, Republicans this and Trump this. Like, how can you even blame the other side for any of the problems in society when you've had so much time and so much control, right? It makes no sense. So if you win this, you're going to have 4 of the last 5 presidencies, and you're going to blame somebody else? Or again, it's the same false duality. Like, when Trump was president, you kept blaming him for everything. Okay, fair enough. Heavy lies the crown kind of, when you're in that position, you have to be, just like Biden's going to get blamed for everything. Not everything is his fault, but it's only fair you get blamed for a lot of things, that's fine. The point is that now when you beat him, because, everything was his fault, so we beat him, now you keep blaming him, even now, like, people were saying something like, I can't remember. They're trying to shill and defend, like, the reason why the border thing was somehow stopped by Trump or stopped by Republicans, like, you didn't need that before. Nobody else needed that before. But the other point is that what was I saying? Like, you don't need anything else. What you need is the simple fact that like the press secretary, White House secretary was talking about, I don't know, she's blaming Trump for something currently. It's like, he hasn't been president in almost 4 years, so, this is the same sort of thing Trump would do with Obama that people would criticize. The stockpile was empty and this and that, so you would rightfully criticize him, like, you've been president, so, for 3 years, 4 years, so don't bring it up now. Maybe at the beginning of your presidency you can do that, but you know what I mean? Like, you would criticize Obama, that's why you won. Okay, but now shut up about him because he's out of the way, he's no longer there. Don't say, Trump is bad, that's why you should vote for us. But then when you already voted for them, you'll say, well, Trump is still bad, so that's why you keep voting for us, or something. That doesn't make sense. Once you beat him, there's nothing to say, right, until he wins again. Then you say, okay, now there's a problem. Or, again, you'll say, let's stop him from winning, but you wouldn't think he'd have a chance to win unless he had done something right, or there must be a reason. So that's why I have at least a certain amount of faith in the ordinary American citizen, or just people in your country, or just people in general. He would only win if tens of millions of people vote for him, right? So I have to respect that. So I'm not worried about it, because either checks and balances worked the first time because he didn't do anything too extreme, or, again, there's just a lot of propaganda out there. He won in 2016 because of genuine public support. He would win now in 2024 because of genuine public support. Joe Biden didn't have that. He had run, I've said this a million times, but I'll keep saying it. He had run twice before, and he didn't get anywhere near that number of votes. Harris has run for president and didn't get anywhere this many votes. So, she wasn't even the party's nominee. So at least you have to acknowledge the simple basis that there is no, that's not very genuine, because people might bring up, Trump almost ran in 2000, but he didn't really go through with the run, to be fair. So, and he backed out, ironically, given all this talk about racism and stuff. He backed out because, there were people in the party, like the Reform Party or something, I can't remember the name, like Jesse Ventura was kind of encouraging him to do it. He backed out because, there's like neo-Nazis or somebody in there, and, I don't want to be associated with such people. Right, so clearly, the words of a racist, but it's really insulting to the intelligence of tens of millions of people too, like, oh, they're uneducated or something. Well, I hate to break it to you, but uneducated people get a vote too. But what you really mean is they're unindoctrinated to your exact point of view, because even if the media is completely going nuts out here, you have a simple case of basically being able to, it's difference of opinion. They can make that decision for themselves. So you don't get to marginalize that many people because it's not a marginal group. 74 million the second time. It's like when a power structure shows you its hand, that's what Trump at least made them do, right? Whatever he's done, it's like, if there is, if you're so ignorant, like, pretend there was a high-powered, elite power structure in the U.S., right? Just pretend, behind the scenes, people pulling the strings, incentives, ulterior motives and all, right? Pretend that was the case. How would they be represented any better than corporate-owned media outlets, right, than news networks, like how you see in every other country, even if it's, again, it may be corporate-owned instead of state-controlled, but that's how it works in Russia, that's how it works in China, right? The mouthpiece of the media is what's used to control outcomes and everything. So if that was the case, what better way to show their hand than, oh, we want to prevent Trump from winning because he goes against our interests. Again, not even saying he's a hero or he's out for yours, but they're sort of showing their hand. It's very obvious, even to people who don't think like this, or, I've always been critical of the media, but I was kind of shocked at how, again, just how on the nose, like, they're not even pretending to hide their bias anymore. It's like they've been found out because so many people are skeptical, or when Trump won, it's like, oh no, our programming and propaganda isn't working, so what do we do now? We try to frame him for something. We try to, because see, one party is only emboldened and so powerful because of the media. Democrats on their own aren't that big of a threat, right? Republicans on their own aren't that big of a threat. But when the media takes the sides of Democrats, now they can get away with doing anything. They can say, oh yeah, let's just let millions of people in with no border process, and they get away with it, when normally you could never get away with it. You could let, it's always like people accept it for a while with all the propaganda, then they wake up later and say, oh no, it's horrible. That's the real woke. And then, like, even with the George Floyd protests and stuff, oh, it's okay, mostly peaceful, and then, it's just, now you realize later, oh, there's some law, but then we have to stop this and have some element of law and order. And so the same thing ends up happening with respect to the same thing happens with respect to the, even like something that they say that people believe at first and then they start to question later, right? They don't have any sort of self-awareness or make a decision for themselves at the beginning. Okay, so today I'll react to that interview that was yesterday from Elon Musk and Elon Musk and Trump, obviously, and all I know about it is I heard like a little excerpt, but it's mainly just it's like Trump's return to X, obviously, and I think he even posted stuff on there since, so he was obviously unbanned when Musk took over, but he hasn't really used it, and I think he should use both. I mean, he has his own little Truth Social, but there's certain people on Twitter that you won't really reach without using it, so, but his voice sounds kind of nasally, and it's supposedly because of some DDoS attack or whatever. So now they're blaming Iran is kind of the story that's coming out. And so let me address one fallacy with that. Like, whether countries want you or don't want you to be president should not really be much of an argument, right? Like, oh, Russia might prefer Trump, and China might prefer Biden, and Iran might prefer Biden or something. In general, I'm not going to use that. You could say, well, they want somebody weak, so that's why they want Biden, which, of course, is part of the reason why even the power structure here wants Biden, right? He's just like a weak little puppet figurehead. And then, other countries might have that incentive as well. But again, I'm not going to blame that and say, they might have a preference. So you're always going to say, well, Russia either prefers Biden or Trump. So either way, one of them is discredited. So you shouldn't vote for them. But it doesn't really work that way. So I wouldn't look at that, right? It's sort of unfair because there's always going to be their own incentive. but in general, like when people look like, oh, the UN is laughing at Trump, or somebody, like other countries in general don't like Trump, the only reason why that's pushed as propaganda is because let's say he doesn't want to get taken advantage of, so they'd rather have somebody who could get taken advantage of. It's a competitive, space, this whole fucking, this notion of globalism is very fair to bring up. Like, every country wants to take advantage of every other country, and so, oh no, we just want somebody nice in there. It just means you want somebody you can take advantage of. So I love hearing that too, like, oh, every other country in the world doesn't like Trump. Not necessarily that they don't, but a lot of them don't, like, oh, the EU and stuff. But so what? Like, you don't have to like somebody. It's up to the people in this country to decide. So why should other countries' opinion matter, right? If anything, it validates the opposite. Like, he might be looking out, it's like the controversy of, oh, America first. Why is that a bad thing? Every country, every leader of every country should be saying their country first, because what else is the point of it then? Oh no, I'm going to value other countries before my own, then why am I even leading it? And what is even the point? So the point is, it could be an indication that the person that every other country hates for your, as the leader of your country, is actually looking out for your side and your interest, correctly, whereas most of them don't. And so because he's looking out for your own country's interest, of course other people will dislike them, because it might come at the expense of their interest, or it might conflict with that a little bit. So that's the whole irony, like, oh, look at all these other leaders laughing or ridiculing him. But why is that? Is it because he's really bad, or is it because, they didn't laugh when George Bush was killing babies in Iraq? They didn't laugh when Obama was bombing the Middle East into oblivion. They didn't laugh then. But, oh, when Donald Trump's a peace-loving, Abraham Accords and all this, oh, they're laughing now. They're laughing now. So I call into question their credibility, and I have to say it along the lines of, it's just strange that I wouldn't use that to judge too deeply. Oh, this other country doesn't like Trump, and how could you possibly like Trump? Also, it's not your president, so why do you care? Or, again, that might be what it indicates. Oh, it means that it'll hurt their country, although it doesn't have to be that direct, but, like, it means that the United States will be in a better position as a result of this guy being president. That's why other countries don't like him, because they only care about their own interests in their own country. Like, that's what globalism means, is kind of like social contrivance in society. Every individual, meaning the individual person in society or the individual country in the world, is going to pretend to value the collective interest, like globalism, etc., but only as it pertains to their own. So you'll pretend like, oh, we value everybody, globalism, society, but you only really care when it affects you. So you'll just use that as a pretense, right? Your own self-interest is the deciding factor, even if you pretend like you care about everything else. So it'll be used as a pretense for a lot of things. They're like, oh, you should sacrifice for the greater good. But the only reason why you're saying that is because, you see it in terms of the size or the significance of the country. The United States should sacrifice for the good of all countries around the world and give them this or do this. But why should the U.S. do that? Like, oh, because they're bigger, that's why. So if everybody says, oh, we'll all sacrifice X% of our country for this cause, right, or resources, it affects the U.S. more, because they have a lot more to give, and they're a lot bigger, and they're a lot more successful. So a lot of these smaller countries will just do that in pretense. So there is a strange element to that. Yeah, this is on the Hindustani Times channel, and it is called Trump-Elon Musk interview, assassination bid, Iran-Israel. Right, Trump's major interview with Elon Musk. Hindustani Times is the channel. For some reason, this is like one of the best ones, or the main ones that pops up. I guess I could have just listened to it on X itself. Yeah, he goes 1 week meeting Aiden Ross and XUC to now being with Elon Musk. So he's at least willing to take questions and things like that. But yeah, the only thing I really know is that it is meant to be, he's appealing more to the ordinary person, whereas Harris and Biden will appeal to sort of this pseudo-elite, delusional clown show of people. I'm just surprised there's so many people who buy into that. You talk about, hate and divisiveness, like Trump being hateful and divisive. The whole irony is, yes, he can do name-calling and stuff, but the whole irony is the platform of the other side is what? We hate Donald Trump. That's their whole platform. And we hate everybody who supports him, and they're all bad people, and they're all racist and white supremacists. So what kind of a platform is that? I'm surprised that anybody, let alone so many people, support that ideology. Like, it's not just that we disagree on policy, here's where it can be better, here's our preference. It's like, oh no, we disagree, and your opinion is invalid, and anybody who, has that opinion is just a bad person. Like, that's not a very good stance to have, calling tens of millions of Americans like that. But somehow it worked last time. Just as I always say, the 74 million people, if they were a country, it would be the 20th most populated country in the world, and that would just be adults of voting age who decided to vote, never mind that, anybody else, like children and stuff, if you were to count that in. But that's 74 million people, the 20th most populated country in the world. And so discrediting that large of a group would be like discrediting, let's just discredit every other country in the world, the majority of them, and we could say, well, everybody in that country is just insert label here. They're all just racist, or they're all just this. Like, you wouldn't do that in any other case because it's so obvious that that's a fallacy to marginalize to such a degree. So anyway, we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Alright, it didn't work as usual. I always fake myself out because it kind of buffers for a second. But I won't watch necessarily the whole thing. Or you know what I could do? I could watch it on 2 times speed. That actually be a good idea. So you watch it on 2 times speed and I'll just talk over it. I don't care. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. I should put on subtitles if it'll even work. I might not fully understand what they're saying then, but at least I'll get through it. Otherwise, strength under fire. Oh, this is how he starts. Glazing Trump. He's excited to endorse because you held your fist up and you were assassination. You might say, oh, they're milking the assassination. Also, they're still talking about fucking January 6th on the other side. This is why I have zero respect if you vote for Democrats. I have maybe a little respect if you vote for Republicans, not a lot, but it's all just surface level. Like, everything you're saying the other side is doing, you're doing. Trump's too old. Also, you voted for Biden. Trump's senile. Also, you voted for Biden. All these inconsistencies. Now you'll pretend like it's... He was looking at the angle of the shooter, though, because he must have heard something. And all because that guy was a clown who, that he was such a bad, lost a firefighter. Yeah, they haven't talked enough about those victims. I wouldn't feel very safe, though, after that. Like, what if somebody else tries the same thing? Like, it puts everybody on alert, but I mean, I'd feel a little bit nervous about going to these rallies. And that kid was in a BlackRock ad, so I find that kind of funny. People come up with all kind of theories. He's like in a classroom, and it's a BlackRock ad that was like taken offline right when that was happening, but you can still find it. He didn't know there was a problem, but that's your job. You're supposed to know there was a problem. Like, what else are you there for, dude? Oh yeah, I wasn't paying attention, but you're there to see if shit like that's happening. Other people saw it, ordinary people saw it. 5 seconds now we get an ad, so we have a 5-second delay. So fucking annoying, but we're watching on 2 times speed, so if you're not sure if it's matching up. The way Elon talks isn't the best for this 2 times speed because he like sort of stutters a little bit just because English isn't his main language, but there were people that were seeing him. And nobody pays attention. Oh, that's a good point. Like, so the guy went up there, and then he started shooting earlier than he expected because he was sort of found out. But yeah, everybody seems so laissez-faire, like, just fucking... They almost don't believe it's happening, but... How much can you blame liberal propaganda for this? Or he's like fluffing up the size of his rallies, but I think it's always fair. Like, he's had bigger rallies than Harris and Biden, you know, consistently. Now all of a sudden Harris gets a couple rallies and oh, now look at her. But you see the selective treatment. They were called super spreader events at first because of COVID. Then they were called whatever, they were ignored, and only now when Harris has them you bring it up. Like, it's so selective. He's had very big crowds, like, that's fine, give him credit. Not like Martin Luther King, but the more you keep doing this sort of propaganda, the more people will like him. That's what people don't understand. I could easily deal with this from a media perspective. You have to just show that you're objective, and then people will like him less because they won't care. Okay, we were talking about the assassination for a long time. I don't even really want to watch this, but just because it's whatever. And I can't actually tell how weird his voice sounds because we have... just go get a psychic medium and you'd still be talking to him. But no, I just don't know what to watch, so I'll watch some of this, I guess. Let's see what else. But he just starts off by openly endorsing him. I thought he talked about something like this around 2020, but then he also said recently that he voted for Biden, which I almost don't believe. I thought he was saying stuff leading up to 2020 that he would have indicated that he's voting for Trump, or at least that he wouldn't vote for Biden. He might be lying just to sort of show that he's objective or something. Then everybody memes on the shoes, like, oh, let me get my shoes. But it's just to indicate that he wants to walk. He doesn't want to be carried. Yeah, that alone should have won you the election. So now you have to do the bait and switch and get rid of Biden. Between the debate and this, he was at a peak high, but then the corporate-owned media propaganda comes into play. And everybody who definitely didn't support Harris before who didn't like her before, even her own party at 1% of the vote. Now all of a sudden she becomes popular. There was a repeat of 2020, where it's just the media propaganda campaigns for them, and that's all you need. Because people are really that dumb. Like, how do you think you're the good guys in that case? The corporate-owned media, owned by billionaires, just like Donald Trump, Jeff Zucker, etc., they love Democrats, so that must mean they're the good guys, right? If the corporate-owned media loves you, they're the good guys. Like, doesn't mean that Republicans are or Trump is, but at least they have genuine support that's not reliant on that alone. Yeah, the lowest point ever. Yeah, I hate when people say that. That's like a shill argument. Oh, Republicans turned down the border bill. You don't need a border bill. Bill Clinton didn't need a border bill. George Bush didn't need a border bill. Barack Obama didn't need a border bill. Regardless of party, there was no border bill. It's just the existing law of just basic border security. You don't need to do anything special. Sleep with that chart. So Elon's sort of making arguments too. The border czar, which you can play clips, fact check. She was the border czar according to your own shit biased media outlet. See, I love this. People say, oh, Musk is biased. I mean, he's starting the interview by saying, I endorse you. So obviously he is biased here, but he's talking a lot like a lot of these interviewers normally do. So at least acknowledge that. It's no different than any other interview. It's at least like 10 to 15 million confirmed, but he keeps saying 20, so whatever. Okay, another 5. Oh, fuck you. Delayed by like 6 seconds because I missed the skip thing. I hate this shit, but whatever, dude. Pretends had 3.5 years, another 5 months. That's one of those unforced errors that they didn't have to do, right? Just because the whole premise is there's two things. You want votes, so all these illegals will come in, and then you'll let them, give them citizenship, like the license thing in Minnesota, and then you get the votes, and then you win. It's just pure power hungry, right? Because you know they're going to vote for you because you're the one who let them in. So there you go, right? That's one reason. And then the other reason is that you want to call Republicans or anybody racist for opposing illegal immigration, even though that has nothing to do with the race, even of who's coming in. It could be any race. It could, like he said, it could be people from Europe. It could be people from anywhere. So what does that mean? Like, who are you even racist against? You don't even know because you don't know who's coming in. It could be anywhere from anywhere around the world. New York and California. Where he jokes about, I'll go to Venezuela if I lose. And yeah, no other civilized country in the world does this, or I guess some countries in Europe are doing this, just an open border policy, just because you can make it easy to come in, but you should always see who's coming in. We need these people to play papers, please, so you can tell who's coming in. She was just the VP, so even if she wasn't in charge of the border, like, you have to take responsibility for the administration still. You might say that's unfair, like, oh, nobody looks at the VP that harshly, but when you're trying to vote for the VP, like if you were voting for Mike Pence, then you could criticize, oh, he was under Trump with all these Trump policies if you didn't like them, right? So you could point that out, or Al Gore, like for Bill Clinton. So the point is that it's worth bringing up if they're running and if you're trying to vote for them. So it's not unfair, right, to bring up the VP thing. Non-productive people. It's just a hard thing to explain. How would you explain the open border policy aside from, oh, Republicans backed out of the border bill? Okay, but how about you enforce the existing laws that are already there and that were there always and that are just a basic form of border security that every civilized country in the world has? And they'll never lose an election again because this is exactly the blueprint. Right, you'll give all the illegal immigrant citizenship and the right to vote, and then they'll vote, and then anybody who questions that is racist, and then it's a good form of McCarthyism, and then you win election after election because they're always going to vote for you, and so it's already over. But it's pretty easy, and I see China's fingerprints all over it through the little media apparatus control that they have, but we'll probably learn more about that in years to come. Africa, Asia, so yeah, he's racist against everybody, I guess, even though he doesn't know who is even coming. Largest deportation. It's just weird. How does a Democrat argue this, though? Or somebody who supports the other side. How would you argue this is a good thing? Or how would it even make sense? We just ignored border policy and just didn't enforce it and let unvetted people come in. Just how? Yeah, they're only doing scripted interviews or kind of like the basement strategy. I would have respected him more, at least if he stayed in the race, like he said. He says, only God Almighty can stop me. And then a week later, oh, I'm dropping out. But you see how power hungry the Democratic Party is, the one-party state that we already have, where the media is taking their side so much. I'm just surprised people can't see through that. It's like a glass-shattering type of moment. That's the real glass ceiling, is not a female president winning, like they said with Hillary, but just realizing the media is biased and dictating the outcome of elections single-handedly. But it almost is something that doesn't move me much, because I see if people are really that stupid, then go ahead and do it. Like, Trump might have his flaws, but he's like 0.01% in the right direction. And look how everybody loses their mind. He's still got a long way to go from there, but shut down the Keystone Pipeline. The people say, oh, Elon's just fluffing him up and whatever. But he says, even out of the gate, he endorses him, so... And he would be willing to have the same thing with Harris and Biden or whoever. A different form of love. It's a form of love, you know, Brett Stiles, when he's talking about, you know, he wants to take everything from you, like he's jealous of you. The amount that I quote Red John or stuff, that's not even Red John saying it. That was my pick for Red John. I think Brett Stiles should have been Red John. He has that creepy Hannibal Lecter moment with Grace. He's the only one who seems intellectually on Jane's level, where it just felt right. Maybe you think it would have been obvious, but... And he was a little bit too old, but that's only because of some of the facts they introduced later. He's just intellectually the right guy for that. Vladimir. Don't do it, Vladimir. Nobody says it like that. That's where almost the fear factor with Trump is a good thing. People would listen to him, other leaders, because they might be worried. Oh, he might start World War III. Like even his own media says that, but then you'll do what he says. Even though he didn't start any new wars and he was like the pacifist, peaceful president. They respond to strength, not weakness, and obviously we've seen weakness here. China is really the one. People keep talking about other countries. China is quietly just sitting there. Between COVID coming from a Chinese lab, between China owning 10+% of most of the media outlets in the U.S., Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. You'll have more oceanfront property. See, people will take some of this literally, like he's joking. Okay, another 5-second delay. Or like make it 6 seconds. I keep kind of saying what they're talking about, but so now Ukraine is attacking Russia directly. They invaded it's, counter-invaded, obviously, but they've actually made it into Russia, which is kind of impressive, actually. I wasn't expecting it to get to this point. Again, the way to really deal with this is to broker peace. You know, you could be the middleman and say, like, let's not let it get to this point, and we could use that to come to an agreement, but instead everybody from the beginning was like, let's fight. Like this overreaction. Oh, look at Putin, he's so bad. Let's do regime change wars. Yeah, Russia did help us against Germany. At the beginning of the war, they were on the same side, but then they changed. They had a falling out. See how backwards it is. They said Trump was going to start World War III, then he doesn't start any wars, then Biden almost would, be involved in allowing this to happen. Iron Dome. How where are you building the Iron Dome? Over what? Over your own nuclear facilities? Like, you can't just build it everywhere over the whole country. Maybe your big cities could have Iron Domes over them. Everything's like sort of pre-scripted that they're doing. Biden's not even doing anything. Economy's bad, yes. Those are the few things that Trump did well. The border was good, at least compared to now. That I would normally not even mention that and say that's a non-issue because you take it for granted, like that shouldn't be an issue. But they turned a non-issue into an issue here with this administration. So the border was better, the economy was better, minus COVID. Although, again, that's such an extreme circumstance, you can make of it what you will. But generally, the economy was better, and then the war situation was better, right? Allowing wars and sort of brokering peace and stuff like that. And so what you have is you have where there's a certain amount of peace with respect to, those are the main things I would look at for a president. How is the economy and how is the war situation? And on both of those, he did pretty well. So that's the point on a policy level, instead of turning it into this idiosyncrasy, popularity contest, nonsense sort of criteria. But there's some fallacies too with that. Like, when Trump's president, they'll blame him for everything. When Biden's president, they could, you could blame him for everything. It's not like they really control everything, like gas prices. That's not entirely up to you, but China with the AI. Here's where I always talk about with taxes, right? And just printing money. It used to be that if the government did something, they would have to tax you in order to do it because that's where they get the money from. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the money. So in a sort of indirect way, but still very clear to you, you're getting taxed for it. So now you're going to care. And now you might say, no, I don't like this policy. It's sort of a pseudo vote that you're voting by paying your taxes. And if you say, I'm mad about this because now I don't want to pay taxes for this, so therefore I disagree with this policy and I don't support it because I don't want to pay taxes for it, and I feel that, right? There's a sense of accountability. That's why I say, like, the local level of government is the best too, because they live in your community, their kids go to the same school, so they're more accountable to you that way as well. But the problem is then with printing money, now you start printing money and you can do whatever policy you want and people won't care because they're not feeling it directly or obviously or immediately because they're not paying taxes for it. You're just printing more money to do it. And so you're effectively doing an inflation tax, but that's more subliminal, so. He's breaking all kind of records with make Argentina great again. If only you listened to Ron Paul, everything would have been fine. At least he was a little ahead of the curve in the modern era with this. Argentina, and you got Venezuela. Obviously, they're name dropping with respect to But I mean, the dollar is already basically dead because there's no, you've abandoned the gold standard, and you've also said, and socialized education. But again, it's sort of idyllic. As much as I sort of agree with the idea of it, it sounds almost as crazy as defund the police. Like, who would ever say that? Defund the Department of Education. But you're obviously coming up with a preferable alternative. But I wouldn't really just say that. I would say I want to change it. I want to reform it. Every standard is always like selective too. Like, oh, we find the Supreme Court biased, so we want to get rid of it or whatever, penalize them, something, right? But that's just because, it's conservative now and it was liberal before, or something like that. We want to make DC statehood. You wouldn't have argued for that when Trump was president, but you want to say it now, right? It's just, and I'm not saying you should have done it then either, but like, you're just inconsistent. You're making an argument for power's sake. California to Texas was his big move, obviously. New York, I guess they just have so much excess. Gavin New Scum, as he calls him. They said some positive things about each other, though, during the presidency and COVID. Like Gavin Newsom and Trump. They had some good positive exchanges where they were actually being respectful and nice. Yeah, don't save money, buy gold or something. Listen to Ron Paul. Bacon, that's the real tragedy. Bacon costs more. But no, I like that accountability of there's two forms of accountability. There can only be as much money as there's gold behind it, and there's also only as much policy and spending as there are taxes. You have to hold it accountable, because where else are they getting the money from? You can't just print money. Money doesn't just grow on thin air, but that's the standard we've forgotten. What was meant as sort of an emergency, contingency, with the Great Depression and things like that, turns into now the Federal Reserve just forever. It's not a real system. It's not a sustainable system. That's why inflation is an unsolvable issue. It always happens to some degree, but it only happens to such a great degree if you're overprinting money. Is the more there's in circulation, obviously the less it's worth, and you don't even have a backing basis for it. But no, that's always what you should do. Is precious metals are always valuable. Gold, business, property. You should never just leave your money in the bank if it's a substantial amount. Like, nobody does that. You can write it off. You can invest it. If you're a millionaire, just buy houses. Just buy whatever. More people died under Biden of COVID than Trump. Yeah, I mean, Trump really had some unfair circumstances to deal with, and he had still some pretty good policies. Like, you come in and you're being attacked for collusion, and you're being attacked for all these other things constantly, all this negative media tone, and then you're being pushed back on every level, and then it's like people can't even explain sometimes why. Everything is like a hindsight, retroactive, like they just have their opinion, and then they just want to look for ex post facto justification. And this is a guy who makes Tesla, too, and he's even saying, let's not vilify gas and oil. That's the real issue. Yeah, you'll run out of oil and gas. This is always my line. You'll run out of... That's the real danger. The danger isn't, we're going to destroy the planet because we have... we're going to run out of oil, we're going to destroy the planet with fossil fuels. That has a 0% chance of happening even if we tried to do it, right? The reality is that you're going to run out of fossil fuels before you ever would do that. So that's the real issue, is just running out of it. I like how in some of these videos when I put the timestamp, I would just let it run. So even when I was done watching it, it's like, I'm at 40 minutes in a 30-minute episode. Like, how's that possible? Because I just wouldn't stop it. I would just let it run until it's over. The best way to do that is just don't pause it. Then you don't even have to worry, or again, if there's no ads. I'm hearing a little bit of the sniffles or the whatever. That his voice sounds a little off, even though it is 2 times speed, so I can hardly tell. Pretty open-minded on this issue, Elon, though. Yeah, do it gradually rather than try to force it. Like where you force people, every car must be electric by 2040 or something. Those are kind of bad policies. Let's see how that prediction goes. It's going to be solar. I almost feel like something's going to happen with water, with some substance like water or manure, where somehow that'll be used and it'll be broken down into something, cars that run on water. I know it sounds far-fetched and there have been attempts at it, but something that's in such abundance that if you could use that, it would be so worth it. But then the problem becomes the act of trying to make it usable is more expensive than, He's going to come up with it. Nuclear warming. I love his little bit on they do like these little Seinfeld edit clips of like Donald Trump doing stand-up. It's like, you want an environmentally friendly bomber jet. Like, we're bombing people, we're killing people, we're destroying the land, but no, we want to make sure it's environmentally friendly. nuclear energy, electricity. Change the name it after him. They're kind of fluffing each other up a little bit. Chernobyl, a lot of movies made about it. But the one guy who always interrupts people is like Jordan Peterson. He will there are still certain traces of it, though, like in the water and stuff. There are some issues. Hiroshima, Nagasaki. I'm sure it's not the first time it's happened where somebody's gone after a political opponent, but in such an explicit, obvious way. Another 5-second delay. That one seemed about accurate to 5 seconds. Letitia James. It's a false duality that happens. Like, oh, the only reason why Trump got off is because Republicans defended him. But the only reason why he got caught or guilty is because Democrats don't like him. But it's all just discrediting, like everything with Trump. They're trying to just discredit him. They want to get him disqualified from running. They want to discredit everything he says, disqualify everything he says. Yeah, nobody even liked Harris herself, right? 1% of the vote and stuff. Yeah, that's with their own party, so it's a good measure to see. More Trump than Trump. What does that even mean? A wall and a wheel. That's kind of a good line. The wheel has been made obsolete by the tire, though. They do whatever is expedient for power, basically. Like, oh, now we care about the border, even though we didn't care for, like, years up till now. That's some credibility, like... Like, he said, oh, they'll release, the border will be bad under Democrats. And instead of just keeping it normal, they made it look as bad, even worse than what he would have said. So they made him look good there. If you vote for Trump, then you ain't black. If you vote for Biden, you need your head checked. You need your head cracked open to see what's wrong with you. Nobody cared about the Gaza Strip for a long time, right? This was long before what's happening now. I like how the subtitles do that. Kamala's track record, K's track record. That's all. It just said the letter K. S. Like, what do you mean? tampons in boys' bathrooms. Trump said some nice things about Bernie, though, over the years, too, like how the election was stolen from him for Hillary in 2016, or certain things like that. Yeah, misinformation and disinformation are both Orwellian sort of dystopian terms. You know, you can decide for yourself as the audience whether something is that or not. You don't get to usurp that and say, well, because that assumes they know all. How does the media know whether something is, misinformation, disinformation? It's their job to report what is accurate with no spin, and then you can decide for yourself whether it's valid or not. I'm kind of having a hard time breathing today. I don't know why. Like, as I'm doing this, I'm getting DDoS too. I'm just short on breath, so it's hard for me to even do this. Only 7 countries paid up in NATO. And the whole credibility here is that people say, oh, Trump is Putin's puppet and pro-Russia or something, right? But then as soon as that happens, right, nothing happened when Trump was president, but as soon as he's not president, now they invade. So what, if he had won, they wouldn't have done it still? He would take questions from Jim Acosta and everybody. Or, even when they do report on the conversation, they'll have a spin on it. They'll only, they'll say what is said, but they won't say it right. They'll, put their own spin. NPC drop, that's a good insult noise. But everybody's an NPC in a certain environment, like in a workplace or something. Reduced to structure, as I use the term in my debate format. Reduced to a structure, as in, you're not really your full human self. You're just at work. So you're reduced to the structure of work and the expectation. So you're really a human function or whatever. You're reduced to whatever environment you're in. There's a lot of inconsistency with, how dare you say make America great again to imply it's not great. Also, the same side who questioned that would say, oh, America's racist and white supremacist and terrible and all of these kind of things. So there's a lot of negative rhetoric there that I don't get. It's not consistent. You're the one who's saying America's terrible, but more specifically, anybody who doesn't vote for you. Think about how convenient that is. Anybody who doesn't vote Democrat or who is a Republican happens to be a racist. What kind of an argument is that? Right? If that's not McCarthyism, I don't know what is. Anybody who isn't on the right side of power is a Russian asset. It's just ways to try to discredit people. But it doesn't work when it's tens of millions, 74 million people. yeah, the whole rigging potential, if you believe that the 2020 election was rigged, there was nothing that was done to really get to the bottom of it. So, my claim is that it's rigged, obviously, in the media, that has such an influence and impact, and the bias is still there, as strong as ever. But if you were to do that at the polls, the same thing would happen then, or it's going to be that all the illegal immigrants that came in are now going to be granted the right to vote just in time for the election, and so therefore that's why you'll win and you'll never lose again. So I guess it's over. One party state wins. $12 to get a product approved, just across the board, or what? And that doesn't sound right. Yeah, you always get more regulation, never less, right? They're never going to say, oh, let's cut this or let's get rid of government. They're going to add a new thing. So it's like looking at the government as your mommy and daddy, like, we need Big Brother to take care of us, because that's one of the funniest comments by my friend. Big Brother is your daddy, Zinni the Pooh, as in President Xi. Like, just think about the context of what he's saying. Big Brother is your daddy. Like, I don't know, I don't want to explain it, but the point is that people like, what will we ever do? We need the government to take care of us and do everything for us, instead of being self-sufficient. That's one thing I always spoke about before. I know that people aren't ready for it mentally, but like arguing for self-governance, because right, try to work towards that at least, but like really, just pose that. Like, let's get rid of the government and try that. Now, obviously, I don't mean in totality, but get rid of as much as possible, try to cut it down. Everything is done like, oh, we need this because of some impending threat or issue. And then, even when that threat is over, you still keep it in place, you see? And then it never goes away. So people are very easily controlled and stupid in that regard. Are you better off now or when he was president, unless you want to use COVID against him, like he didn't make COVID in the lab himself? Not only do they get away, but even if they get caught, then they'll be let out very easily. I love that clip. Like, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do when the guy comes in and steals, and then he gets hit. He hits him with the bat. Like, oh, there's nothing you can do, huh? But yeah, you get more in trouble for defending yourself than for committing the crime in the first place, which makes no sense. It's like the same idea that, oh, we should ban guns from ordinary citizens so we can wait for the government to come in with their guns. Like, it's the same process. So you can't defend yourself, you have to wait for the police to come and defend you, like... That is a good way to look at it. Like, don't commit a crime in a place where, if depending if people know that about you, don't commit a crime in a blue state if you're a Republican, because then they'll hate you just for that or something. The jury will be biased. Oh, this is almost the end. did say something a little backhanded though earlier, like, oh, Tesla's not for everyone, but these guys both used to be more left. Like, Trump was a Democrat, he was in New York all the time. Elon was more left-leaning, he was in California, he was making electric cars for the climate clowns. So doesn't that give you a little credibility? Like, Elon actually ended up talking probably more than Trump did in the whole interview. So he's telling moderates and independents. Yeah, you think of Elon as more left because of California, because of, Tesla and all this. So imagine that. You hate the guy who's the poster boy for helping stop climate change. But they'll just focus on, his voice sounded nasally, which I admit I noticed too, but... Safe cities, safe borders, better economy. Liberals used to be about, like Thomas Sowell said it pretty well, or somebody else. Liberals used to be about the exact opposite of what they are now. Like, they'd be more, about freedoms and this and that, but now they're about censoring speech. Like, it's weird what's happened. This, like, oversensitivity. They do kill you sometimes. What about the rest of the time? You come back to life or some shit. The way he said that was kind of funny. I mean, you should be able, qualified immunity. It's a tough issue because I'm the same guy who railed on Kelly Thomas, like the cops got away, so you should be able to prosecute police officers just fine, but there has to be a good case behind it. That's why I'm in favor of this all the time body cam. You have to wear a body cam all the time. You have to have the full footage of every encounter you do, and if you don't, you get arrested for that alone, or you get fired for that alone, just for not having it. Don't make an excuse, it was off, and then we can use that against you if something is wrong, and if nothing's wrong, then what's the problem? It's the same logic that people use for surveillance, like, if you have nothing to hide, then what's the problem? But same thing, like when you go across the border into China or into India, you'll get shot. They're not going to just let you do that, but in America you got to be all politically correct or something. This worked out almost perfectly. Maybe I should watch stuff on 2 times speed more. It's basically almost over, so that's good enough. Okay, so today I'm going to react to more random YouTube videos, by which I mean I probably won't. It's just not the best. This sort of shows you the problem with the YouTube suggestion and algorithm system. It'll show you stuff that's too similar to what you're watching. You want something that's sort of similar, but, you look up something to do with politics and it'll keep showing you exactly, Harris and Trump, and, like, we get it, but, like, give us something a little bit different. And beyond that, or, like, you watch one channel and then it'll keep showing you stuff from that channel. Like, come on. If I wanted to do that, I would just go to their channel directly, but I want something, I watched one Vosh video, and now I'm seeing suggestions for him. Like, he's a bit of a clown. He has that weird thing, like, he'll say, Ben Shapiro is a dead channel, but then he's reacting to his content constantly, and he's getting, way less views than Ben. So, like, your channel is more dead. And maybe that's unfair to compare that, but it's like, you're not saying that you're bigger necessarily, but what is the standard then? Like, he's pretty fucking big. Daily Wire and his whole conglomerate is probably bigger than CNN now or something. It almost feels like it, because CNN has fallen off so fucking hard. It's just... See, people will always use these buzzwords like, misinformation, disinformation, but if you're doing your job properly as the mainstream media, then all that stuff doesn't matter, because it wouldn't have that much power. Either it has some validity to it, in which case you can't be sure. It's always like this hindsight bias. How do you know something is even false until what if something comes out later and it turns out to be true? So how are you so sure that it's false? It's almost one of those self-tells, like, we know that Epstein didn't kill himself, but how do you know? Were you there? That he did kill himself. How do you know, right? So at least ask some questions. Like, for example, the 2020 election, let's say it was rigged and, the media's in on it, or they just don't know, and, there was some big conspiracy. How would they know that, right? The very same people telling you that it's not rigged would be the very ones rigging it in the first place. So that's the problem with assessing conspiracies. I'm not saying that it is, although I am saying it is in a different way, that just the media coverage being so slanted and biased and censoring stuff that would hurt Democrats and making up stuff that would hurt Republicans. Like, obviously, in that sense, it's objectively rigged, and you can see that. Even from 2016, this is what the media has some special power in the modern day that people are stupid about. There's no accountability or credibility check for the media. They can be wrong about everything all the time, but that's fine. We'll still take them seriously at face value in the future. Like, this is how they expect it to be treated. This is why calling it fake news and all the skepticism is fair, because otherwise you can say, only losers attack the media, only, dictators attack the media, right, when they don't get their way. But the reality is that, what if they're actually just wrong, or they actually have incentives and they have a horse in the race? Then what happens? Like, aren't you allowed to call that out? Or you can just never criticize the media and the media is just God. Like, the media is objective. I mean, it's meant to be objective, but, if it's not, you have to call that out a little bit. And so beyond that, you have the simple reality of being able to it's like people put themselves in a position where you don't feel bad for them because it's stupid, right? You're going to get a one-party state now with Democrats just because you're too stupid to vote for an independent, or to not vote, or to, fall in this Trump hysteria that your only platform is opposing him, but that platform would not require you to vote mindlessly, blindly for the other side. It's like a good trick. Like, how do we get people to not focus on policy and just keep talking about the guy's flaws and stuff? But that would be a sign of weakness. That shows you don't have a platform, that you're just focusing on him and how bad he is. But let's hear how good you are. But then, you don't have much to say in that regard, and you get away with all these weird policies that you otherwise wouldn't be able to, like the border or something. Right, just letting millions of people in that nobody ever did before Obama and stuff. There's this good guy with the marbles. Was I watching that on here, or was I just watching it on my own? I can't remember. There's a guy, like, using the marbles to show, even if we let in millions of people, right, it's not going to make much of a difference in the world state. There's far more people, there's 650 million people plus making $2 a day or something like that, or even more than that. And so it's like, it wouldn't matter, because it would not matter because of the simple fact that, again, letting a few million people in isn't going to make a dent. Doesn't mean you shouldn't care about it, but you have to help them in their own country, right, prosper and increase the living condition there, instead of lowering your living condition by letting people in mindlessly, aimlessly. It's not really a defensible position, but that's why this propaganda comes in. So that's the easiest way to destroy a country. And so it's one of two things. Either the U.S. is trying to destroy itself for some reason, or it's a conspiracy by other countries to infiltrate the U.S. media, which, again, China owns, 10% plus in various outlets, so they have a certain amount of influence there. So you'll come to find out that they were doing it, all this anti-American propaganda is going to be their work, or, again, whether it is that, or it's just, again, either the U.S. has a death wish, or other countries are doing this Cold War tactic together to try to bring it down from within, which is a very, very obvious and blatant that would be the case, because it's too convenient. Like, what are the chances all of a sudden every major outlet in the U.S. is pushing ideas that are objectively against the interest of its own country? Like, why would you do that? Right, like, there's so many atrocities that happen in China, but you're not going to hear about them. So instead here, we hear every little thing embellished, like, oh, because of, slavery in the past, we have to worry about it now and have reparations. Like, how does that make sense? And why are we worrying about that now? And, one individual does a bad thing and it turns into the George Floyd situation. Like, it's not a proportionate reaction, because you have, it's not a proportionate reaction because you have the simple ability to look at it like, yes, that's bad, but it doesn't mean that, the whole system is bad and this and that. That actually proves that it's not, because of the insane reaction you had to it. Maybe just the assumption that it happens all the time, but again, that's just a body cam issue that you can always have, that, every body cam should always be publicly available, and if they didn't do anything wrong, then there shouldn't be an issue about it. But then there's a lot of ignorance that people will think they did something wrong, even if that's normal procedure or, whatever. But in that case, that obviously wasn't. But I mean, just like less serious incidents where, maybe they did the right thing, but it's complicated and it's heat of the moment. So yeah, let me look for something here. I've been totally at a loss for wanting to watch anything in particular, like a anime or something, Crunchyroll. I wanted to do the Netflix thing at some point when that runs out. So, like, every month I subscribe to something different, but then kind of, like, watch things in order, like an alphabetical gauntlet where I go through every single thing in order. So it kind of makes it random and variety, because it's not like I actually will ever watch every single thing on there, but that's how you're sort of setting it up and framing it. Either that, or you could just do it randomly like I was doing before, where, like the Crunchyroll, just look up like random series on there. There's like this randomizer thing that'll just pick a series on there at random for you. But no, I had watched Serial Experiments Lain was the last anime, and it was good in a lot of ways, and it was certainly ahead of its time, but it's also a little convoluted and just, you shouldn't need a 10-page essay analysis to really appreciate it. At some point, some things are just random. Probably the worst thing was how there's like that final confrontation with the guy, the godlike figure, and the camera turns away and focuses on Alice the whole time, and you don't even get to see what happened. Like, we waited the whole show for this final epic battle. Not that we really knew that's what it was going to be, but, at least give us something, like what even happens. But it makes it too much about Alice and Lane there. Yeah, that's the last anime I watched. What's like the last movie I watched even? I watched part of that Jane Doe thing, the Autopsy of Jane Doe, but then I think I watched something after that. Was it The Vow, or did I watch that before? I forget. I watched some other horror thing, I feel like, but I can't remember what it is now. I was looking for best horror movies, and I saw that stupid one, though. Like what was on Hulu, where the guy keeps saying everything will be different now, and that's how it ends, with the sister or something saying that. So I guess the sister was taken over by the thing, rather than, it was the sister all along, or something. Right, because she keeps saying, take me, and then it flashes back to that, so I guess that's what they were that's what they were trying to do. They're copying The Exorcist, like where he says, "Take me," but they kind of ruined that scene from the book because Karras is like kind of goads him in and tricks the devil into taking him, right, by like talking shit to him basically, and so plays on his ego and his pride, and so he sort of gets the moral victory there. Instead of in the movie, he just starts beating up the little girl, which is exactly the kind of thing the devil would want him to do, right? Lower himself to that sort of violence and whatever, right? He likes to see that sort of thing. But that kind of ruins the whole essence of it. Right, he does some wordplay and like cleverly tricks him into doing it by upsetting the demon so much, right? And again, despite how powerful and intelligent the demon is, you're sort of playing on his ego and his pride and stuff like that. That there is a good difference. I wish I could remember exactly. Or yeah, that's another thing I wanted to do is like audiobooks or something, because that would work pretty well as far as, you know, you're kind of just listening to it here and I could react to it. I just feel like books are so outdated because you have all the visuals and everything to work with now that, again, it does a lot of the work for you, or a lot of the work is just is changed into that. Like, would you rather do set design and visual design or description in a book, which obviously has a lot of value to it, but I don't know, it just feels like it's weird to do that in this day and age, but it's the same idea. Like if you write a screenplay, but screenplays are more like a dialogue, like just dialogue focused, where it's between two characters and you focus more on that, and then you let there are like stage instructions and stuff, but it ends up not being as big of a deal. But you'd be surprised, like, the way that some of these things go. It's like sort of people just winging it, or, like Rowling doing Harry Potter. She never expected to turn it into a series like that, or she never, and it clearly wasn't a fluke because they were all so successful, but it's like, you never expected it to come to that, and you never, I don't know how to explain it. Like you just got to do it, just wing it. Like, of the people who put forth the effort to try to do something like that, not saying that everybody is successful, but most people don't even try. They feel discouraged, like, oh, I'm not good enough, or like, how do you know that though? You have to put yourself out there. Says the guy who's such a perfectionist that I had the opportunity to do something. Again, I'm not saying it would have been successful, but you should maybe just take the chance or not be so selective, because, your standard might be too high, but you realize that most people are even dumber than you think, and it's like a lowest common denominator effect that you have to, succeed on the basis of some gimmick or something. Yeah, like the original Harry Potter is not really that great, but it does a good job. Like, it's just solid. The best way to describe it is like, it makes itself, like, it doesn't rely on its magical elements. There are other good character dynamics. There are other, so it feels like the magic just happens to be the world that we're in, but you're not like overusing it or overdoing it. Like the movie does that pretty well. The Sorcerer's Stone, or Philosopher's Stone is what it originally was called. I wonder if they call it that with the movie too. And in like the EU release, that's what it was originally called, but it's a situation where, hardly any magic is even used in the movie, so they're kind of just treating it like, it's sort of just, it's hard to explain. Like, it's all around, and it's in the air, and it's, the hat is kind of all cool and stuff, but they're not overdoing it or beating like a dead horse. There is a certain restraint that they show, right, where you're having a Quidditch game, and it's more grounded. It's not like, oh, every 5 seconds somebody's killing somebody with a spell, and it's just chaos and fire. It's all much more controlled, and so now you have character interest, and you have, again, just sort of world building where it's still happening on a more simplistic, small scale, which I don't know how, that's almost how the stories would probably be, though, is they're all like unto themselves, even if they have certain elements that are progressing character development and stuff. The reality is that that's how I imagine they'll be, especially in the sense of the movies. It'll just be like, oh, this new villain is introduced, and then the whole movie's about that. Like, that's even how they're named. Like, oh, now we hear about the Chamber of Secrets for the first time, and by the end of the movie, we'll resolve the Chamber of Secrets. Like, I'm sure there are some elements that carry over, but it's like, if the Chamber of Secrets was such a big deal, they should have had that mentioned in the first movie, even if they don't address it, or, like ongoing plot lines that last for the whole series, or that aren't resolved just like that in the course of the single movie. So, it is a little bit strange to see that, because you have, you'd rely on that for a certain element where you have, how can you explain it? It's episodic, like even a show. Every episode will have its own plot that's just like, it's the same characters that doing the same thing, but just with a different, a different murder mystery, or a different, whatever. Right, so again, there is certain staying true to the characters, but that's where fiction sort of writes itself in a way that can sometimes be bad, though. Where, like, you're trying to make it easier for yourself as the writer. Like, oh, you already know how this character is going to react, or you already know. It's sort of like writing by contrast. Even without anything being said, you already know, oh, this guy's a dick, and he's going to be a dick about the situation. So it's funny just inherently to pose it like, I don't know, Uncle Phil in Fresh Prince. Like, oh, he's going to be mad about it. So even without anything happening, right, you've already written that characterization well enough to have that, elicit that response. It was the sort of thing where, like, if you're unfamiliar with the subject, it might not have any meaning to you. You have to do it like, along the lines of, it's relying on your familiarity or preconceived development or something like that. Alright, so let me use this time to at least decide what to watch, but here's a little thing like on gossip. Like, why do people like gossip in society? Is because, like, they're so aimless in their own life. It's one of two reasons. Either they seek some sort of reinforcement through externality, which is like, you ridicule somebody else to try to feel better about yourself and reinforce certain standards that you have, especially stigmatizing stuff like things that you would like to do yourself, but society tells you you don't want to, like being with multiple people. So you're like, let me stigmatize this open relationship so that I feel better about my own, limited relationship with only one person. So you do that to try to reinforce the standard that that's actually what you want by attacking anything that is different. But also it's just like this aimlessness, emptiness. Like, if your life was really of substance, you wouldn't need to talk about somebody else's or whatever. Right, whether even in a positive or a negative way, like obsessing over other stuff, celebrities and all. There's more so this measure of the self and this like this lack of self-awareness, number one. But this also, like imagine being constantly self-aware. It's called being a human being. You should try it sometime. But it's this idea that nobody actually does it, as opposed to a human function, the term that I always use, like just reactionary and reduced to a functional state. But the other point is the fact that you have this ability to consider the fact that like gossip that people would do to they're sort of aimless in their lives, and they sort of are not very self-aware. So it's like this absolute state of nothingness. Like, you take everything for granted as if in a positive way. Like, absolutist philosophy would be more like you have a low opinion of people, not specifically, but all your own weaknesses and flaws and tendencies. You'd be like, you'd look at like a historical basis, for example, right? How is it that people always end up in these bad, undesirable positions? How is it that they struggle and suffer? How is it that this and that? And you realize the tendency, and so at least now you're aware of it, and so you'll counteract it instead of just repeating the same mistake. So you have like the stigmatizing of history, this, something like that I would call it. You'd be acutely aware of it all the time in everything that you do. So you know how stupid people are, you know all the mistakes that they've made, you see how easily they're controlled. So you would never feel too comfortable in your own skin, but not in the superficial sense that people talk about, but in a broader sense. You should always be nervous on edge because I wonder what machination of power we're being controlled by in this era, just like you were controlled by something in every era, whether it be through the media, whether it be through religion, like the Crusades or whatever, the church back in that time. So that's always happening, but people always still let it happen. Again, I'm not saying you're above being controlled by that, but the first step to trying to be above it is being aware of it. And so at least now you can try to counteract it, rather than acting like, no, everything's perfect, I'm perfect, and just, again, this notion like, you think it's negative self-talk, like self-doubt and all, but it's dumb because of the simple fact that you're not really able to, you're not really being self-aware or realizing anything about your own tendencies. So in other words, you can be you can be unaware of them and just, treat it as like an absolute half-mass state that you're in, but then you'll still suffer from them anyway. So would you rather be aware of a tendency or pretend it doesn't exist and then suffer from its consequences or tendencies? So that level of awareness, how lacking it is very surprising, because you're being sort of willfully ignorant. Human beings throughout history have made every mistake possible countless times. So at least be aware of that negative tendency, and now seek to be vigilant and self-aware of it all times and counteract it. Right, so like always, people who are careful, they double check things and they're too OCD or it's a sign of being stupid. But the real stupidity would be like, just taking for granted, everything you do is right, and then you realize later, it's not. Like, you're just not even thinking or aware of the process. Or everything you do deliberately then. Like, you want to do drugs, you want to drink alcohol, fine, but at least be fully aware as you're doing it. Okay, I know the harm it'll have on my health or something. It's amazing that people have so much time in the day, but they don't ever set aside any to think, and they almost stigmatize that, like, I'd rather distract myself to reinforce my half-mass contrivance state, but then instead just be aware of it a little bit. And you might be aware of, like, okay, something's negative, but you still choose to do it, but then at least you're aware of it. So it's a half-mass state of, like, hedonism / functionalism that you at least, or longevity process, you at least know you're making a sacrifice of one for the other, so you know that that's your measure, so then you can't be upset about it later. It's like, I ate fast food all those years, so now you can't complain about being no, somebody else is going to pay your health insurance because you're about to die, but you're dying from a condition that you created by eating all that fast food all those years or smoking all those years. So you chose to do that. So now we're supposed to feel bad and, no, it's life or death. It's one thing like, okay, you're just standing there and you get hit by a car. Even to some extent, maybe that's your fault, but at least that's like a sudden, inexplicable thing, right, that you didn't create over your whole life. But people treat some of these conditions like they are. All of a sudden you're just having a heart attack. But you don't just have a heart attack. You must have, lived in an unhealthy way for a long time. It's all self-created. Again, I wouldn't tell you how to live your life, but then don't complain when your actions lead to their direct result that you could be very acutely, easily aware of. And so that's the one thing people hate the most is, or this like where social contrivance or awkwardness comes in. People hate being made aware of a process. They'll gladly be controlled by the process. They'll gladly be oblivious to it and still practice it and suffer for it or whatever. But they don't like being aware of it. Well, that's the easiest way you can invalidate something is just, that's why people say ignorance is bliss. You don't mind practicing the very same process, but anytime anybody makes you aware of it, oh no, that's somehow bad. So it's like shooting the messenger. We'd rather be ignorant and stupid and still practice the same exact thing. Even if your end conclusion is that you do practice the same thing and that's your choice, at least then you would be aware of it and then choose it consciously with full awareness of the nature of the process instead of pretending like there is no process or just being ignorant of it or just even deceiving yourself to how it actually works. Like selective indoctrination to place undue emphasis. Death penalty for drug traffickers in Singapore. But no, that guy with the marbles was really spitting fire where he's like, this whole thing of 650 marbles versus 2 marbles that you let in, you're not really going to make a difference, but you'll destroy your country in the process. Right, I love the sort of race thing that people try to do, McCarthyism of race. The reality is that, again, you don't even know what race is coming through, so how would you even, that's not the issue, it's just you need to be sure of who's coming into your country. Every other country in the world does that. So it's a pure propagandized point. And even within the same party, like, oh, Democrats are all about this, but Obama didn't let this many people in, Bill Clinton didn't let, or at least not in this manner. Economic attacks by proposing new tax law, Harris, but again, why didn't you do it the whole rest of the term? Oh yeah, you could blame Trump for not keeping his campaign promise of building the wall. That's always fair. But even without the wall, he still did a much better job keeping the border secure. So that's the other point. Like, how could Democrats run on the border? Oh, we're going to secure the border when you're the one who didn't do it. You can blame the other party, but Trump didn't blame Democrats for anything because his border wasn't as bad as what we have now. So it's always like this one-sided thing. Oh, you have to agree to exactly the bill we proposed. Otherwise, everything is your fault as Republicans. You can't do that. Right? You don't need a special milquetoast bill to try to... Alex Stein calls Councilwoman Big Booty Latina. Double murder defendants closing arguments. I did kill Kenyatta. Admit to the crime in your closing statement, but it must be some other charge that they're looking for. Or like that Alex Jones trial is so fucking biased. Maybe I should react to that. Yeah, that is something I would watch sometimes, is like trial stuff. Casey, Anthony, Jody, Arias. I almost said Jodie Foster. TikTok CEO explains to Congress why his kids aren't on the app. Yeah, let's actually do that. We'll react to some of the Alex Jones trial. Fuck it. That's a pretty funny clip my friend did, like, or a joke, like, in American Psycho, where the guy says, Bateman says, cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. He's like, that's Alex Jones saying it to Kanye West when he's, whatever, when he was on his show. Like, the whole irony of him saying it to you, like, being all sophisticated. Let me actually look for something. Alex Jones, no, but it's so biased, and you can look at, again, the thing, like, they're trying to scapegoat him, they're trying to make it seem like he's the killer, all this kind of stuff. Their character assassinating him with respect to, so I'll look at it objectively more so than in terms of law, like just the logical basis of, but there's a lot of bias. Like, you're going in with negative preconceived notion about this public figure with this show, and so it's being used as like some sort of public shaming trial, like the big bad Alex Jones and all the bad things he spreads, lies, and blah, blah, blah. But, again, you can look at people with much more serious crimes on Wall Street, etc., who get lesser fines than what we see there, at least. So that is not entirely fair, because again, all of that doesn't have to do with the particular issue and incident. He had nothing to do with the crime itself taking place. Just after the fact, he said some things, but it's very hard to justify that, because of the simple fact that you would be in a position to basically, again, $1 billion is insane for that level of crime. We've seen far more serious crimes, people being defrauded out of tens of millions of dollars, people on Wall Street, all these kind of scams and blue collar type stuff, white collar, whatever. You don't get fined that much. $1 billion is way out of proportion, so that's number one. But also, it's just too convenient, because the same guy who always says negative things about the system, like, it's just the perfect way to get at him. And again, just like character assassination, it doesn't matter if he says things you don't like. It doesn't matter, it's just not, it has nothing to do with it. Like, it totally becomes a character assassination trial. So let me look at one of these. The problem is there'll be too much other junk in there. And I was watching one of these, and you could, hear the sidebar very easily, which you're not really meant to do. Where that interview was banned everywhere, and you weren't even allowed to see it. Alex Jones' game. Maybe he made his own InfoWar game. Top 7 wildest moments. Okay, let's watch that. You can maybe watch some major part of it. I just want to see the Casey Anthony trial. Jose Baez is like the real-life Manfred Ron Karma, undefeated trial lawyer, supposedly, at least, is what they say. You should be able to find out statistics like that more easily. Okay, so top 7 wildest moments. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. But he would just talk over even his own attorney, but we have this clown's commentary over it, in addition to mine. Or yeah, this channel had a lot of Daryl Brooks stuff. Come on, I just want to see the moment. Forget it. Daryl Brooks being a total clown. I don't think it is a case. Okay, I don't think it is a case. Alex Jones, Sandy Hook lawyer, immediately something starting in 3, 2, 1. But no, I would analyze some of those trials and stuff. Alexander E. Jones. Got his little water. but he kind of knows what he's doing, like he's, you can say he's playing a character, but a lot of that is what he really believes, or his whole... At any time in the middle of the night, I'll be all incredulous. You could come into court at any time. Well, to be exact, they're just doing it for money, though, despite whatever happened. Justice, but you didn't do anything to them. That's subjective. That should be an objection. Important. This isn't a valid question. It's important. How do you know it's important? Yeah, he's not going to follow this advice at all. This is not a good question. It's important. It's so subjective. Important to who and what context? You need some context. That one's already asked and answered, too. This is kind of a bad line of question. You could almost invalidate it because it's too open-ended. Important to who, in what context, in what measurement? In the big scheme of the universe, no, it's not important at all. That's how I view things. Not a website, it's a web page. But it's not his fault that they can see the trial. It's the fact that it's a public trial in the first place, which is a good thing. Kind of like the body cam principle. Every trial should be public. You can have some, they have their own business interests. What does it have to do with anything? This is so irrelevant. It's not his job to fucking moderate every little thing. Like, he has staff, he has employees. Maybe they fucked up. They wrote that headline on their own, so I'll change it. Like, there's so many problems with this. But he has conviction in his beliefs, so he'll he won't even hide from that, but so many of the, only when they act like it, I've heard that one. You call people tyrants a lot. No, I just happen to talk about tyrants a lot, so it's only natural I would call them that, but I don't call people that a lot. You could have just watched from your seat. You could review it. Yeah, this judge was pretty bad. Either she just wasn't doing anything most of the time, or she was doing, then he puts the little lasers on the eyes and stuff. But does that mean you agree that she is a tyrant? He's saying this. Yeah, this woman sitting here in the bench. Or, what is this? He's pointing at it. What do you think you are, Phoenix Wright with that finger point? Bro thinks he's Phoenix Wright. Blood thinks he's Phoenix. This lawyer is not very good, but when the judge is biased against you, clearly, everybody's biased against him. Like, even his own lawyer probably is biased. And then he accidentally leaks his entire phone to the other lawyer. Like, what the fuck kind of kangaroo court is right? Again, you don't have to like him or agree with anything he's ever said, but... And my argument on someone like him is like, it doesn't matter what he says, because social Darwinism should win. So if what he's saying isn't true, then he wouldn't be popular, nobody would listen to him, and he's been right on actually a number of things, but you can be right on one thing, wrong on another, so social Darwinism should win in terms of, you know, you shouldn't worry about it. Yes, he'll have a few crazy followers, but it's not his fault. Then it's if they would be into him, then they would believe anything because they're just clowns. So it says more about them than him. Almost as bad as when I'm speaking, you stop. Judge yells again. I think I saw this clip before too. Alright, when I'm speaking, you stop. Judge yells again at Alex Jones. I feel like she says that to a lawyer, though, at one point. Maybe that's a different clip. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Unusual Fifth Amendment case. Yeah, she says that to the lawyer, though. He suffered a disciplinary default. Like, it's like the lawyer, that was my biggest take from like the Jodi Arias trial, that the prosecutor, what's his name again, Juan Martinez, didn't even do that good of a job, and he failed to get a death penalty. Like, oh, you know, he won the case, so he's so good. And people were fluffing him up. He actually wasn't that good, and arguably was even bad in some ways, but it's such an easy case. Like, if you reverse the roles, have Juan Martinez defend her, and have the other defense attorneys be the prosecutor, it'd be much easier, because, again, the case itself is so easy to make, and so it's not really fair, right? The circumstance is totally different, so you can't judge, oh, the winner is better at what they do, because the case is so much stronger in one way that it's very easy to make. So there is a bit of a fallacy there. Even though you win, you have your flaws. You can call him a liar. And this is a bit of a confusing thing. If he disagrees, if he agrees, he commits perjury. If he disagrees, invocation. Sounds like a mage spell in a fucking RPG. It violates the court order if he answers honestly, if he denies. What were some of the other trials? There's a lot of notable trials you could watch. The Kyle Rittenhouse one is pretty publicized. Jodi Arias, Casey Anthony. This one. See, the other guy interrupted her too, and everybody always sucks up to the judges. Obviously, O.J. Simpson trial, it has a negative effect, but ultimately I think it's positive. All this publicizing is still good in the end. The jury is just determining damages. Yeah, this judge is fucking terrible. The judge in the Darrell Brooks trial was good at first, but then she lets him have too much latitude. Right, you could be more strict. She was being too nice and trying to be too standoffish, but she let him just ramble on for an hour at a time. And, you know what I mean, at some point you just have to, it wastes everybody's time. She was trying to be nice so that it wouldn't come back on her later, but you could be much more firm. So she was flawed too. Judge Ito was a clown in the O.J. Simpson trial. He had the stars in his eyes. He was focused about, being on camera. He was very unprofessional, insanely unprofessional. She did give him a chance. Lemonade. And she ends up agreeing with him, I think, too. Okay, now we have a 5-second delay. This ad is pretty funny. A controversial Trump coin. I thought I wasn't done, so you interrupted me. In the course of his profit outside the furious, some of these subtitles are a little off. I can't disagree, so she ends up agreeing. That's always good objectivity. Invocation or invocation, they keep saying it differently. She keeps interrupting somebody too, though, as they're talking. It's so much power being a judge, but it's the temperance and the discipline not to use it and not to overuse it, right? I played a judge in a debate format all the time. So again, you're not even saying who wins, but you're sort of steering it in a certain way. Yeah, we can listen to their sidebar and shit. But no, $1 billion is fucking insane, and there's no precedent for that. It makes no sense. I'm an Advocates Anonymous. What does that mean? Advocates Anonymous. That sounds like a joke. He's using that as an excuse. I'm an advocate? What does that mean in this context? Like, you just watch like random clips from this, I guess. But no, we got to look at it objectively. I'm not going to claim to be an expert in the law, although I do know certain little nuances. I learned it from Phoenix Wright, but whatever. I use a more logical standard, whether it makes sense. So that line of questioning earlier was really dumb. Objection, that's dumb. Robbie Parker, who he said was like a fake actor or something, which he said a lot of people are actors, but again, maybe they are. I mean, cryptocurrency donations. Oh, here we go, dude. Here we go. That's the biggest pickup line for a girl. I know about crypto. I know about stocks. That used to be the old one. Sandy Hook lawyer criticizes Alex Jones' use of cryptocurrency donations. We'll look at that in a second. But no, there's this site like Seeking Arrangements that's good as a psychological test, not confirming or denying whether I've used it myself, but just on a surface level, right? You can see how shallow things are. Like, you can get people to do anything you want just by, the implication that you have money or, by actually offering money. So that just opens up. It doesn't even have to be sexual. It could just be whatever, some sort of role play scenario type thing that you want to do. But that's why it's like sort of hard to even define what is prostitution, because all relationships by extension are some form of prostitution. You're doing it for some reason. Like, okay, one person has more money than the other, and usually it's the man. I'm not even stereotyping that. I'm just saying it doesn't matter. Like, usually there's some benefit for it. Like, okay, we had sex and then he took me shopping and bought me a bunch of gifts. Like, so is that prostitution then? Like, that it's not so explicit, like, oh, I'm just paying you to have sex, but in some extended sense, oh, we get married and we split our finances down the middle, so totally there's no incentive there. Or even in a broader sense, oh, I'm doing it for emotional support, so you're prostituting your body for your emotions, like, so the only reason why you're doing it is because you're getting something in return, so you're still, doing it for a different reason. It's a stupid way to look at it, but it's also a stupid process, because everything is basically along the lines of being able to, there is some element of that in everything. So what's the difference? You walk up to a random stranger and say, can I buy you dinner? Oh, so you're trying to turn them into a prostitute over food. You're trying to say, I'll buy you food if you have sex with me. Again, not so directly, but if you look at it deeply enough, yes, that's basically what it is. You want to have a date, you want to flirt, and then by wooing them by, oh, I'll take you shopping after 2, and we'll go see a movie and I'll pay for it, and then you'll be into me. Like, it's this stupid process. Like, you don't realize it's basically the same thing that you're doing, but whatever. Right, so the whole problem with that is everything that you think matters, it goes out the window because, oh, you got to be nice or you got to be funny. You could be wealthy but not those things, and you can still get away with a lot and be very successful that way. Or you can be poor and funny and nice, and they won't give you the peace of mind. So that's still the defining factor, dependent overextended pretense. And what you also have is a simple ability to see, you have the ability to look at it from a perspective that, again, by extension, all relationships have that element, because it's like, there is an incentive there. Pretend like you keep your finances totally separate, right? And then that kind of keeps it more honest, actually. That's honestly a good standard to have, but most people don't do that. Okay, we're starting in 3, 2, 1. It was delayed by like a second. Lawyer criticizes cryptocurrency. Now, this has nothing to do with anything. This is like character assassination, so why does that matter? What's this cryptocurrency have to do with the fucking case, dude? I mean, I know you can bring in other topics, but hashtag ad. Was that an advertisement? Minting money, but he gets fined $1 billion, so what do you want? If I'm Elon Musk, I would pay that shit, and I don't care what anybody says. Like, it's a bullshit ruling. I don't even know what Bitcoin is, I just get it, so I keep it. Or there's like this prank, would you rather have $100 or a Bitcoin? But will they actually give it if they... What is this whole line of questioning? Like, what does it matter? He's trying to show that, okay, he takes it directly to his bank account. I mean, it's his company anyway, so why does it matter whether it goes to the company or him? It almost doesn't seem to make a difference. I am the InfoWars, dude. Like, could you make a crypto wallet for the company? I don't know how that works. You probably could. What is your password? Like, why are you fucking going down this line of questioning? $9 million, over $9 million. There's 60,000 left. Everything other than $60,000. It's not $1 million, it's 900. Or 9 million. But that could happen after. Like, he puts it in the InfoWars account, and then he takes it as salary for his company that he owns. Mr. Maddie. Bro is mad. So that was a really bad line of questioning, at least. But no, I love those Democrat hearings and politicians like, oh, the Russian collusion. They're being so... This is what Democrats are all about. Like, they're acting all self-righteous and superior and looking down at people, and they're so smug. But then they end up failing and losing on every count. So that's what I don't get. So people like being almost talked down to, like it's a stern mother, like, disciplining their children. And that's how a politician should talk to the country. Like, is that really what we want to be at, where they're so self-righteous and just do policy? If it's good policy, fine. If not, then don't. But that's it. Like, there's some issue of being able to basically it's just, you're so confident of the impeachment situation, and then you fail to do it with the collusion. So where does your credibility go? Oh, it's not just that you're trying to argue it in a legal sense. There's such a self-righteousness, like, we're so sure it did happen. It's absolute. We can't be wrong. He's the worst person ever. And then even the news outlets did the same thing. And then, oh, he's acquitted. So, and he remains in office. The point of an impeachment is to remove you from office. But they're so fucking idiotic that they don't even lose credibility, or people are so stupid that you don't even cost them any credibility. Like, at what point can you be wrong then? Right? You're like the boy who cried wolf. You're wrong about everything the whole time, but now we expect, oh, you're finally right. We should finally believe you now. Right? Oh, he got convicted now, something, the hush money trial. Even if that's totally legitimate, it's like it took you long enough. I would hope that you find, you failed with the collusion, you failed with the insurrection, you failed with other things. Like, it just doesn't work. Like, you're obviously just out to get him in a way that, again, is very selective, because, again, George Bush is an unconvicted war criminal. Nobody seems to give a care about getting him, so we got to recreate the case against George Bush, and they never had the guts to prosecute. Like, some international court did it and branded him a war criminal, but nobody here wants to do it. Right, so you'll say, oh, they're biased because they're biased against the United States in that ruling, but you don't think the United States is biased against in itself, like, to be objective. So you might say, oh, it's another Republican, but it's so ironic. Like, this is what people mean when they say woke, to an extent too. It's like, nothing bad ever happened, and then, oh, Trump came along, right? So in other words, you're just admitting that you're dumb and you never paid attention and you're stupid. Like, just because the media keeps talking about it, right? You're not upset about George Bush committing war crimes. You're not upset about Obama blowing the Middle East into oblivion, or you're not upset about all these other questionable things. You're only upset when it comes to, oh, big bad Trump. There was some character assassination of Bill Clinton for sure, with the whole cheating thing, so you can give it there. But again, that I would be the first to say that doesn't really matter. If he's good on policy, whatever, it doesn't really make a ton of difference. But policy on the basis of why does that matter? Their personal lives, their personal flaws, idiosyncrasies. You can find that with anybody, or, even with Obama, like, he has so little experience in politics. Yeah, that cryptocurrency thing was kind of dumb. Let me find another thing. Yeah, I don't like this law and crime thing because you get to... I mean, that's a different issue, too. Like, if you're posting memes or posting stuff about the trial on your website, there is a certain basis to say, that's what they always say to the jury. You're not allowed to talk about the trial. So arguably, that should be protected, that during the course of the trial, you shouldn't be using outside influence to do that. But then again, when it's publicized, it's hard to say. So, lawyer, Sandy Hook lawyer, grills Alex Jones on calling Judge a tyrant. But we just kind of saw this already. Owen something testifies Alex Jones defamation trial. The whole point with this is that, again, it's not that, you're taking sides with Alex Jones, you're taking sides against the family, but what is fair, right? The guy who did the killing, Adam Lanza or whatever, the guy who did the killing is the one to blame. So don't blame Alex Jones and try to scapegoat him. He's not the reason why it happened. Even whatever he said after the fact is not exactly... It doesn't rise to the level of what was done here. Fine him for $1 million and be done with it, and that's still substantial, and move on. But if it wasn't such a character assassination thing, that is an insane ruling. Like, that is really nonsensical. $1 billion. Alright, we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Host Owen something. Or is this an InfoWars host? Wait, but this is like a different judge or something. Alex Jones Jr. over here, baby Alex Jones. Yeah, they're saying all these rules, especially because if it's to do with Alex Jones, where he'll fucking just blurt shit out or... This is like a different judge and stuff, though, so what is all this? Free Speech Systems LLC, the same one that's getting the crypto donations. But I mean, yeah, like, would you really care in that case? It should probably say it in some fine print that, it's going to Alex Jones, but Alex Jones owns InfoWars, so think about it that way. Oh no, it goes straight into InfoWars account, which Alex Jones controls, and he can just take it out and put it in his account if he wants. Like, what do you mean? Like, well, that was one of the wildest things that he said. Like, some pizza chain had some conspiracy going on. I can't remember. It was like a pizza franchise, and he said every one of them has like some sort of a hidden secret to it or something going on. This guy's too quiet. I can barely hear him. InfoWars is on the internet. The hard-hitting questions that we all need answered. Count on this guy. I mean, it's live everywhere. It would be live on YouTube as you're watching this, like... Hopefully this judge is better over here. But no, I love how Supreme Court justices are ragged on for being biased. It's like, that's the whole reason why you're celebrating that certain ones get added on, because you want them to be biased in your way. You got some mitochondria on the front page. Ban.com. "17 minutes and change," uploaded an hour ago. A lot is subjective, like, compared to who? It's a relative term. Bannedvideo.com, but you're still able to see them, or just to imply that they're banned everywhere else, I guess. There might be more of a desire for content actually because of the trial, so in a way it could make you a certain amount of money, but now when you get this unfair bullshit ruling of $1 billion, that's even a standard. It's not, you can't give them an amount that's not realistic for them to pay. There's no way that, within reason, that he could make that much. It's like, that's what I would have said if I'm Elon Musk. I'll give $1 billion to Alex Jones to pay this off, just to show it's a sham trial. I don't agree with what he said. I condemn what he said, but it's that you're taking this into a witch hunt. You're attacking him for the wrong reasons. You're making a spectacle out of it. It's not important, but you're making the claim. He's making the claim, but then he's not willing to present it, which just means he doesn't have it. Unprepared clown. Edgeworth would never. Miles Edgeworth fan. 6969, my screen name. Feature either your products or some product you're associated with, like the man milk or whatever, caveman, stuff like that. That there's like a song made about it. a third of it. To 15%. The War Room, also known as the Democratic's Planning Party, fucking another day as a Democrat, they used to hate wars. Even though Obama was a fucking bombing beast of the Middle East. That's the real beast of the East. It's not LeBron James when he was in the Eastern Conference. It was fucking Barack Obama himself. Trump's gonna start World War III, they said. Also, you know, the only president to not get involved in wars in literally decades and actually seemingly prevent wars in other countries from happening, at least. You know, because like the Ukraine thing didn't happen, Israel thing didn't exactly happen yet. So even if I'm not giving him full credit for that, there's always some credit because, you know, if it did happen, you would blame him, certainly, for it. Like, oh, he's Putin's puppet, that's why it happened, but Putin felt more comfortable doing it now when he's not in office, which makes no sense. Or like, oh, that was part of their plan for him to lose and then do it, so it makes him look like he's not bad, but he set the stage for it. Like, all this dumb shit. You would think, you know, he had 4 years to do it, and he didn't do it. So Democrats in 2024 are going to run on the fact of, are running on the fact of we're going to build a wall and stop immigrants from coming in. Wow. That's totally not something Trump said like 8 fucking years ago. Right, they're going to pretend like they care about the border, but then explain how it was so bad. And if your only excuse is, oh, Republicans wouldn't give us this bill, again, Donald Trump didn't need a bill. Bill Clinton didn't need a bill. None of these people needed a bill to keep it more secure than what we have now. You just have to enforce the existing laws, which you refuse to do for no reason at all. So again, it's a conspiracy of like, links to things you sell. Yes, this is how business works, dude. Go write a book about this trial. You can sell that shit. Insta-hard. You're doing this to try to ridicule in a marginal way that's not his department. What is this, like a fucking consumer rights lawsuit about the products you are endorsing? Like, what the fuck? You've used that to try to get hard. But no, I mean, you could say that's a different person's job, a different department. Alex Jones tested himself. Which statement are you not sure about? That would mean it's a compound question, you dumb fuck. The fact that you made multiple statements. If it was a direct one properly asked question, you wouldn't be able to ask that. Which statement? What do you mean? There's only one statement as a question. This is so dumb, some of these lines of questioning, but this is what happens. It gets meandering. This argument shouldn't even be admissible, but because it's pertinent to the case material that it was on the show that he did where he said some of these claims, obviously, it's really not a... And I would question the relevance of this whole fucking line of questioning, or those are always the things that they say in Phoenix Wright, like either they don't actually say asked and answered. Sometimes they'll say it in a different way, like she's already answered that, but they don't really use it the way just asked and answered, but they have like obviously that's irrelevant, or I don't know, they don't use a lot of the normal ones that you would do, like leading, argumentative. They don't say it like that, at least. She's a perfect blockade. She'll really be happy with that one. Could be a pre-recorded thing, pre-recorded stream. Yeah, pre-recorded. Here we go. I don't know, this is a little boring, but no, I like how easy it is to just do this because I don't have to show the video. I just say the timestamp and the name of the video and you can figure it out for yourself. But no, what's sad is that, because it's just too much content to try to keep up with otherwise, but what's interesting about it is the fact that you basically have a situation where it's a situation where you're basically able to, like when I go to upload these, guess what one of my most viewed videos is, especially in a short span of time? The one where I put Skibbity Biden as the thumbnail and I said, film critic reacts to Skibbity Toilet for the first time and talks politics. So what a perfect, that's why I use that thumbnail, because it combines the two together. And the guy, the fuck boom, actually made some America shorts, like where Biden's in the toilet coming to get some oil and Trump is doing it, like just to show that he was ahead of the curve on the Skibbity Biden thing. But you can do it with anybody, like just take Skibbity Goku, put his head in the toilet, Skibbity whatever. There's no context to it. It's not the first time you've seen somebody's head out of a toilet, but somehow this one really stuck. This one really caught on. I guess you could say that's toilet humor. Because, if you aren't aware, because you're a brain-rotted Zoomer, Gen Z, whatever the fuck, it used to mean toilet humor just meant it was, like, very low-brow, like, stuff to do with sex or stuff to do with, like, very, just very low-quality, low-effort, unsophisticated humor. Like Roger Ebert accused Eddie Murphy of having toilet humor, bathroom humor. Again, something, oh, haha, look, it's your dick, haha, it's so funny, whatever. So it's something sexual, or you would almost think it has to do with, excrement, like, oh, that looks shitty, or something to do with pooping, or, disgusting humor like that, too, would fit into it. Like, oh, don't eat the snow, it's yellow snow, because somebody peed in it, or something, stuff like that could fit into there too, but maybe I'm taking it too literally. It's more so just kind of low-brow, low-effort stuff. So certainly Skibbity Toilet almost doesn't fit into there because at least it's more clean, believe it or not. It's just a guy in a toilet singing a song. It's not actually gross, or it's not actually but no, imagine that. Like the guy, I'll respect the guy because if you look at his channel, he has a lot of old videos and machinimas he would make. So he made a lot of, just various things. It's not like he just came out of nowhere and did this and got lucky, right? He was putting in a good amount of work, doing whatever he does. He makes animations, he has a certain skill, and then now he does this. Again, I'm not saying it wouldn't be hard to make these, but it's also kind of disproportionate, the amount of attention and credit you get. Like, let's see what Michael Bay does with it. Where it's going to be actually Skibbity Toilet movie, and it's going to be the toilets versus like the camera heads, I guess, but I didn't watch far enough to actually see them. I saw them in like episode 7 where 6 or 7 or something, where they're like, I think 6 is like the DJ. Now I'm remembering it so well because I've only watched it like once, but I was kind of watching it in great detail. But I watched up to like episode 7, so that's when the camera heads are fighting in the war with the toilets on the other side. So the weakness of the toilets that we've established is the fact that they can be flushed down. Who would have guessed? But they have like this, mobile watering system, because how can you they're not hooked up to anything. We're going to fact check it. Like they have that little spring on the back too that would hook into the wall, but there is no wall, so it looks kind of awkward. You always see those things like sort of protruding out. You have the one where he's in the sky, it's like a UFO type of shit. So they're speaking some alien language, the Skibbity Dom Yes thing that is just a sped up song. You would never be able to guess that from hearing it. I would have no idea what the fuck that's from. Right to the point where I didn't know, the whole background of it, that it's the song Give It To Me by Timbaland. So that's really what he's saying. Give it to me, but it sounds like Skibbity when it's sped up. I don't know what the song in episode 6 is, though. That one's weird because that's a different pace, a different style altogether. So I don't know where that comes from. It must be some other remix. It's like a Lady Gaga, Bloody Mary type shit. And it has to do with, that's like Anakin Skywalker's theme song, because they're always in those 1v1 videos. You hear that.